Sue Beckmeyer.
Sue Beckmeyer.
Sue Beckmeyer.
Even when she's here,
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here tonight. It is 7:01. I'm going to open up the regular city council meeting of the City of Pacifica on April 11th, 2022. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Beckmeyer. Present. Councilmember Vaterlast.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill.
here.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Present.
Mayor Beer.
Here. I'm now going to read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone people for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land and in accordance with their tradition, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. I'm going to salute the flag led by Councilmember O'Neill.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so tonight we have two special presentations. The first one is a proclamation for John Niblin, and John is here with his family tonight. So happy to see you. Proclamation of the City of Pacifica in recognition of John Niblin. Whereas John Niblin has served the City of Pacifica as a planning commissioner for 8 years, from June 2013 to March 2022, including multiple terms as commission chair. And whereas his tenure as chair involving leading the Planning Commission's unprecedented transition to an entirely online meeting process resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, while ensuring ongoing inclusion and fair treatment for the community and the planning process. And whereas his service as a commissioner involved dozens of public hearings, countless hours to work through challenging yet important planning activities, including multiple approvals of much-needed housing and city policies and ordinances, including the local coastal use plan, updates, and various zoning regulations. And whereas his actions have exemplified a lifetime of service to his country and his community beyond the Planning Commission, including 32 years in active duty Army, Army Reserve, and National Guard, including a deployment to Iraq in 2004 and 2005, serving as a deacon and an elder in the Presbyterian Church, attending annual missions through his church to build housing for families in need in Tijuana, Mexico, working in San Quentin Prison Ministry through the San Quentin Advisory Council, Caros Prisons Ministry, serving on the board of the directors for the Pacifica Resource Center, and more than 20 years in public employment in the federal government and in the county's council office of the County of San Mateo, including most recently his promotion in March 2022 to the position of county attorney. Congratulations. And whereas he is also a proud and loving father of 3 children, which drives his desire to serve the community, and whereas his commitment to the city and community service more broadly is deserving of special recognition and appreciation. Now, therefore, I, Mary Beer, on behalf of the entire Pacifica City Council, do hereby recognize John Niblin for his 8 years of dedicated and distinguished voluntary service to the City of Pacifica, done this 11th day of April 2022. like to say a few words, John? And then we can take a picture.
Thank you. Well,
Well, comments first.
I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words, and Madam Mayor and City Council and Honorable City Manager and City Attorney, it's been a distinct privilege, frankly, to have been able to serve on the Planning Commission for 8 years, and it's doubly, frankly, a privilege to be here and to have that work acknowledged. I have to say that it's the opportunity to learn about the city, the opportunity to meet so many interesting, informed, motivated people. I've gained so much, and I've found that all the things I've said yes to, I've learned so much, and I've gained so much, and I'm really glad that I said yes when actually it was City Council member O'Neill and I who were having a conversation, I think when the Tom Lantos tunnel opened back some time ago, and this kind of came up as small talk, really. You should think about the Planning Commission sometime, and I kind of filed it away, and then at some point when there was a vacancy, I applied, and I'm, again, so honored, and I'm feeling very gratified that you all, as a council, selected me to serve, and then I extended my service on the Planning Commission. I've, again, learned so much about the city, and I'm just very gratified. I want to thank my family and my friends who have sort of tolerated some of the time that I've sort of been away on Monday nights, and sometimes at other times as well. I've had an opportunity to sort of understand how it is that Pacifica does business, and maybe that's one of the most valuable things I've learned. This is a place where people can come together and sort of think deeply, sometimes argue deeply, share perspectives that are sometimes quite different on matters. But I've always been moved and impressed by the civility that people bring to matters here, the ability to sometimes get ourselves a little closer to something that we can all live with. I mean, this is a journey that we're on, sort of trying to build a good community, and it's a journey that we're always going to be on. And it's heartening to me to see the tools that we bring to this. And again, it's sort of the ability to share perspectives, the ability to sometimes disagree, but disagree civilly. And it is also heartening to me to see, how much effort and deliberation you all as a city council bring to the work you do. My fellow commissioners, the focus and the deliberation and the attention they bring to the work they do. I think we can be very confident as we move forward that we, again, have the right tools to continue to build a city that we all really want to be a part of. And again, I'm very humbled and gratified by this proclamation. I thank you for it.
Thank you. And we have comments from council. If you want to stay up there, you can. That would be great. Councilmember O'Neill.
Yeah, you get roasted here, I got to say yes, he is accurate. However, it was more, I got a picture, how your phone will come up and say like 10 years ago this happened, this picture. I got a picture of John and I forget who the other people are, standing in front of a school bus at the Tom Lantos there, and that's when I mugged him to apply for the Planning Commission, because I think we actually had an opening right then. We were actually soliciting people, and so I successfully solicited him, and then I kind of am involved in the schools, and then every time I turned around there was a Niblin attack because he was the attorney for Pacifica School District as well as Jefferson High School District. So I kept bumping into him there, and then you turn him on and I see his mug on Monday nights at Planning Commission, and then I got appointed to the Employee Housing Corporation for the employee housing at Jefferson High School District, and guess who the attorney is? I'll give you one guess. Mr. Niblin.
That bad nickel, it keeps showing up, right?
I know. It's like, is he the only one that says yes or something, and stuff. So I make light of it, but it is happy for John because he's progressing in his career and doing best. Because I remember when you first got there, you were on the Army Reserve, right? because you were missing some meetings there. We were a little concerned, but then it was because he was in the Army Reserve. But now, both school districts are losing their lawyer of record, so to speak. The Planning Commission's losing a member, and the Employee Housing Corporation's losing their attorney there. He guided us through making it a nonprofit, which is, I guess, required by law. Well, at least that's what he told me. You know, and everything. So, John, you will be missed, but I thank you. He actually lives 3 doors down from the first house I ever bought in Pacifica, up at the north end. So, thank you, John, for all your service. I hear one of your kids is a lawyer in training, so tell him how to apply for the Planning Commission. If he's a registered voter in Pacifica, he can register in the next opening, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I've had the opportunity to work with Peter a little bit. That's not a bad idea at all. John, I think you're who I want to be when I grow up. You know, first and foremost, thank you for your service to our country. After that, I get to have had the honor of serving with you for just like the slightest pinch of your remarkable record of serving every human being you run across any way you can, in that I've gotten to sit next to you in Planning Commission, and I've got to sit at the table with you at the Pacifica Resource Center Board of Directors. And so I've gotten the opportunity to see firsthand what your service looks like, and again, even just the slightest couple of granules of it, and it's enough to be inspiring. I'm grateful and humbled that I get to call you one of my friends, and the county is extraordinarily fortunate that now you are stepping into this role where now not just our little community, but the entire county can be touched by your extraordinary commitment to service and your professionalism in all you do. So thank you so much, and it is so good once again to see you here tonight.
Thank you, Tiger Jazz.
Councilmember Vadalas.
I also consider you a friend. We started on the planning at the same exact time. And in our very first meeting, I have to tell this story because I was at the very end. John was next to me. We stood up to salute the flag, stepped backwards, and the chair fell off the dais. And everyone gasped because they assumed someone fell off. So that started our time together. And it was great the whole time. It was really nice to be able to talk to you, and you were always so considerate and had all the ideas. Well, this might work or this might work, and I always appreciated that. And so I know that you're great in this new job that you're in, and I look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you, Sue.
Thanks.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
John, you are just amazing and so inspiring and so humble. I agree with Tiger. I want to be you when I grow up. I think that our work the opportunity I had to learn from you in working at the school district with the Workforce Housing Project, I think that's kind of where I began to really know you, and then I sort of forgot that you were on Planning Commission until I got to the council, and then I was like, oh yay, John Niblin. So I'm as I said when I saw you this evening, wah and yay. I'm very happy for you and look forward to having the opportunity to work with you again in this new role.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to that.
Hi, John. Congratulations on your new position. We are very lucky to have you. The county is in good hands with you. The first time that I met you was at a board meeting at Pacifica Resource Center, and I didn't know who you were. Right? You were just this nice man named John that sat next to me. And you just have that about you. You have this kindness that kind of exudes from you. And I was just really comfortable to be with you. And you were so nice. And then I learned more and more and more about you. And I'm like, wow, you would just never know you never know who's sitting next to you,
Yeah.
right? And so I'm really glad that it was you. And it's been a pleasure to watch you serve and to be your friend. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, all of you, my friends. And again, I'm very humbled, and I appreciate all of it. Thank you.
I want you to know this is the nicest we've ever talked to a lawyer at that podium.
Thanks so much.
Ask Michelle.
Thank you.
Would you like a picture?
I would love a picture. Thank you.
You've done a lot of stuff, John.
All right, y'all. Let's get some good photos here. Get everyone together. Nice smiles, all right? Big smiles, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Great. Let's get another. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you, John.
Okay. Moving right along, we have another special presentation. Proclamation about National Volunteer Week, April 17th through April 23rd, 2022. After I read the proclamation, Director Perez will come up, and we also have Horace Hinshaw and Sally Benton-Martinez, who will also be present to speak with us tonight. Proclamation of the City of Pacifica. National Volunteer Appreciation Week, April 17th through April 23rd, 2022. Whereas the City of Pacifica recognizes that volunteers are points of light for our team, and whereas Pacifica Senior Services acknowledges that the provision of critical, timely programs for aging and disabled residents would simply not be possible without our volunteers. And whereas volunteers on senior service teams offer life-sustaining services that enhance and maintain the quality of life for older adults and those with disabilities, while promoting socialization, independence, and the capacity to live in this caring city. And whereas volunteers invest their time and talents to raise funds to financially support programs and services for our citizens, enabling the City of Pacifica to maintain affordable program costs. And whereas the life experiences volunteers share at the Senior Center, at local schools, and in many other programs celebrate our diversity and enrich the culture of our beautiful community. And whereas Pacifica City Council and Pacifica Senior Services agree to recognize these team players for their many contributions, considerable accomplishments, and for the light they shine, which makes Pacifica a brighter place for all. Now, therefore, I, Mary Beer, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all of its residents, hereby proclaim that April 17th through April 23rd, 2022 shall be National Volunteer Recognition Week in the City of Pacifica. Our volunteers are the light that makes things happen, and their efforts sustain this compassionate community that is called Pacifica. Done this 11th day of April, 2022. Well, that made me a little emotional, actually. We're so lucky. Good evening, Mike.
Good evening, Mayor Bear and City Council members. On behalf of the Pacifica Parks Beach and Recreation Department Senior Services, I'd like to thank you for recognizing our volunteers and the efforts that they give so passionately to serve our community. Approximately 100 individuals will be honored for 12,000 reported hours of service at our annual Senior Services Recognition Dinner on Wednesday the 20th, which our city manager, PBR commissioners, and city council members have been invited to serve our volunteers to express gratitude and appreciation for their hard work and efforts on behalf of our community. Our volunteers at the Senior Center facilitate 25 to 30 classes. They encourage participation. They work to support our program through rummage sales and are promoting our vendors at our gift shop. They share their time and their talents and efforts to provide and support the critical programs and services for our aging adults so they can enhance their quality of life. They invest compassion to help raise funds to support a large array of programs and services that the city would otherwise not afford. Our volunteers deliver annually now 30,000 meals to our homebound and frail Meals on Wheels clients. Nearly 18,000 meals to our congregate and grab-and-go lunch programs, and the grab-and-go has been up and running since COVID, so that's been 2 years. Volunteer efforts go beyond the seniors they are serving, and it affects the family member or caregiver the work or located out of area, and knowing that their loved one is getting socialization, nutrition, or a simple visit or welfare check that they may not receive without our services is a huge relief to them. And there's times sometimes when our volunteers actually serve as first responders when they come on to a scene, particularly our Meals on Wheels volunteers, really crucial. In addition to our amazing senior services volunteers, the PB&R department is fortunate to have an extremely dedicated youth volunteer base, pre-COVID, one in which we are working to build back as we continue to reopen programming, but it includes our Youth Advisory Board, our Leaders in Training Education Program, also known as LIGHTS, and swimmer aids at Brink Pool. Another department volunteers should also be recognized. This includes those who volunteer in all of our departments, in particular the Police Department, Public Works, as well as the city commissioners and committees. And we just had one recognized here, right? So all of whom are major contributors to our city. And local community groups are also dependent on volunteers who are working tirelessly to make Pacifica a great community, included and not limited to Pacificans Care, the Rotary Club, our Resource Center, the Beach Coalition, Friends of the Library, the youth sport coaches, scout leaders, school PTOs, boards and committees, and the parent volunteers, as well as service groups, and compassionate people helping to make our community stronger. So here, to receive the proclamation, we have two folks, our Seniors in Action Advisory Council Chair Horace Hinshaw and Sally Ben Martinez, one of our Meals on Wheels volunteers who also works in our lunchroom. So Horace, if you want to come up.
Thank you, Mike. Good evening. Horace Hinshaw. I'm the SI Senior in Actions Chair for the last couple of years. I accept this proudly on behalf of the seniors, but not only the seniors, but throughout the whole community, because we are so happy to live in a city that's volunteer-based, where we have thousands and thousands of volunteers that have controlled this city and operated these programs. And Mike just elaborated on so many programs. I was thinking as I was coming to the council tonight about where I first saw and things are happening is that I used to do some stories, anniversary stories at the Tribune, and my recollection of talking to people goes back to as far back as the 1950s, when a group of young men decided they needed to operate a baseball program in Pacifica for the young kids, and they started building a field called White Field, which now is operated by the Pacific Bell Christian School on that property. But everything has started over the years of plus 70 years that we've had volunteers to come out and say, hey, I'm willing to help. And I'm proud of that. I think that's great that we have people that are willing to dig down and dig up some dirt sometimes and put some money in their pocket and help out. So I'm really proud of that. Jumping back to the senior citizens, and we have Sally here about the Meals on Wheels. We desperately need help. Our volunteers are just chomping at the bit to get the meals delivered to the homebound people. The COVID-19 has really hit us badly because we've added more people over the last 2 years than we ever had before for our home meals circulation, you might say. So if you're listening to me or see me, by all means, come down and talk to our coordinator at the community center and volunteer to be a Meals on Wheels person, and you can certainly help out. So once again, I thank the council, and like I say, I think it recognizes not only the seniors in Pacifica, but volunteers for every program in Pacifica should be thanked for this volunteer week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Horace, so much. Hello, Sally.
My name is Sally Benton Martinez, and I recently, about 2 years ago, started volunteering. And then I started out with serving food to the people who come for lunchtime. And I really enjoyed that very much. And then COVID came and everything kind of just shuttled down. But I recently now have been delivering Meals on Wheels, and I continue to serve lunches on Wednesday, which is Bingo Day. Everybody's excited on that day. But serving Meals on Wheels, I've met so many wonderful people, men, women. They are so charming. They are so loving and so happy to see food come to them and to be able to chit-chat. I like chit-chatting, and sometimes I'm a little late coming back, but it's understood, and I'm very pleased to be serving on this particular job. Look forward to more access to more jobs, too. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. We're so lucky to have you. Much. Any comments from council? Go ahead, Mike.
I have to admit, I've been up on council long enough where you kind of have a stump speech. One of the ones I usually say is that Pacifica is like a quilt, and the volunteers are what keeps that quilt together as the different patches are done. Mike mentioned many of these volunteers, but there's also others like, Spindrift Theater, there's the Pacifica School volunteers, the softball people that redid the entire field at Cabrillo. And volunteerism is very strong in America from, Lexington, Concord, all the way to today. And I just have to say thank you. I mean, when my mom was alive, we utilized Meals on Wheels, and she used to love it, especially when the volunteer used to bring his 2- and 3-year-old around once in a while, and it kind of made her day. That was the highlight of her day, was seeing that little 2- and 3-year-old, come and visit, and she always had a couple bucks or at least some candy to give the kid. But I have to say, I know you find a need, you fill it, the volunteers, and thank you to all of you for what you do. It is important for the fabric of Pacifica, the youth sports and the lifestyle we have, from Beach Coalition to the Pedro Valley docents back there, the docents at Sanchez Adobe, or the Pacifica Historical Society. So thank you to all the volunteers, and especially to the 2 representatives that are here tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I was talking to somebody just the other day about how I was raised, and I was raised with many wonderful qualities, but what was not thoroughly instilled in me was a sense of community service until I got to university, and there my school made a point to make sure that I had no choice but to serve the community on some level in some way, and that was really my first exposure. And it was still counterintuitive by the time I got out of university, and then I came home. And upon coming home, at some point, it occurred to me that I wanted to make something better in myself, which led to, I want something to be better in my community. And so I wandered into this room and immediately started learning about opportunities in my community that I didn't know existed. And so my life up to returning here and caring about something kind of got me up to the line of doing community service. But caring about anything in this community took my arm and pulled me over that line, because I am firmly of the belief if anybody cares about anything in this community, at that point the community will grab them and take them on a journey of service to this community, because this is a community that just is filled with so many opportunities to make itself better by virtue of what we do together. So Horace, Sally, thank you for being here as two wonderful representatives of inspiring people who are serving this community, people who have inspired me through your service, and thank goodness that we are honoring the spirit that exists here in our community.
That's nice.
Thank you.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
It's really hard to follow Tiger because he's so eloquent. I just want to say that, especially when I see Horace, the first thing I think of is sports, sports, sports. And that, for me, I think was the very first major involvement at a volunteer level. Now, I'm not a coach, but I could be a great team mom. And so that was always my role in organizing everybody. And those connections carried into school. And then you see the people that you know on T-ball in the school, and then you start getting involved in PTO, and one thing leads to another, and then you're sitting on the council. So thanks, Horace. But seriously, it's just an opportunity for us to learn and grow and branch out and demonstrate to our children the need for it. And that's what I love seeing. As recently a new group formed at Cabrillo School that's a green team, and people love the opportunity to come out on the weekend and do service projects at school, and they're bringing their kids. And everybody's doing it together. And it's such a, you can tell people things a lot, but when you demonstrate it, that's when you learn. That's the real learning. So I look forward to someday being able to do Meals on Wheels. The timing of the service isn't something I have been able to work into my schedule yet, but I do look forward to that. And thank you for all the service to our seniors through this senior programs and Seniors in Action.
Councilmember Vadalas.
I too have always been a volunteer. And I started thinking when my daughter went into kindergarten, and she's 41. So it's been a long time too. And I appreciate all the volunteers because it's a commitment, and you commit to doing it and you do it. And that's one of the best things. There's so many opportunities to volunteer for so many different things, for sports, for schools, for the seniors. I only did Meals on Wheels once, but it was a really moving experience. It makes my hair stand up, talking to each individual senior when you go around. And I think that was the best part of their day, was the fact that we stopped and talked to them. And it was a really great experience. And I thank you all for continuing to do it all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. So I experienced one of the things that Tiger was talking about, right? When somebody really cares about something, the community comes around to them. The community comes to them. And when my nephew was killed in 2005, and we started the community coalition, people came to us, to my family, to help us heal and do the work. Sue Vardalos was around that table, and then more recently, Mike Perez was around that table. And so the people that I got to meet through that experience really formed how I wanted to serve my community. It gave me this broader vision of how I could be of service. And it was a beautiful experience, and I see that happening over and over again in our city. So we're super lucky. And I like to think, we're original. So thank you, everybody. Would you like to take a photo?
Should I chime in to make the clarifications, or do you know if Mary was going to go ahead and read it?
I told her that I could make clarifications when somebody makes a motion, and I can clarify, or if you want to start.
I think
When she
before
starts-
they
before they
start
start.
consent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can go ahead.
Yeah. So it's 6 and 7.
Okay, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. But before we do that, I just wanted to remind the community that tonight you're able to call in by phone to participate. So when you hear the item number that you'd like to speak on, please go ahead and call 650-898-6965. The conference ID is 383-609-442, and you will get in the queue. Right, Josh? Anything
is
else
correct.
you want to add to that?
Yes, and if you'd like to speak, please press star 5 to raise your hand once the agenda item is called. And when you are called, to remember to press star 6 to unmute yourself. You'll be announced by the last 4 digits of your phone number.
Thank you so much, Josh.
And Mayor Beer, if I could make a clarifying statement regarding a few of the consent calendar items tonight.
Please.
So there are 2 legislative support letter consent items, items number 6 and 7. Number 6 is regarding Seamless Transit Transformation Act, and number 7 is the Homeowners Relief Act. What I'd like to clarify is that the mover of a motion to adopt tonight, please clarify that the motion on those, if this is the intent of the mover, is to authorize the mayor to send support letters for those. Inadvertently, I wrote the recommendation as consider to authorize the mayor to support. So that's clarifying for 6 and 7. And then item 13 for that ordinance, the mover, it requires the reading in entirety of the title of that ordinance, and City Clerk Coffey is available to read that at the time of move. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you so much. Do any council members have anything they'd like to pull from the consent calendar tonight?
I need to recuse myself from item 14. So we'll pull that
Pull that. You can just recuse yourself and then-
from the voting.
from the voting, and then the clerk will make note of that in the
Oh, thank you.
notification.
Thank you, Councilmember Varlas. Okay, anybody want to pull anything? No? Shall we go to public comment? I have one card, so please, if you'd like to speak on any of the consent items, please go ahead and fill one of those cards out. Christine Bowles, come on up. You're speaking on consent item number 10.
Thank you, Mayor Beer and
You.
council. I sent you all a letter today with some questions, some technical questions about item 10, and I was hoping that you'd consider pulling it to give staff a chance to answer some of those. I am excited to see the Manor overcrossing on the agenda, and that there is grant funding. But I just want to clarify that, these intersections are really the heart of the area where I live in the Manor District. They're busy for the freeway on and off ramps, but also the main road connecting the shopping centers on both sides of the freeway, the Manor Plaza and Mazzetti's and all the stores, and shops on Oceana. And then there's also a lot of school traffic with access to and from Ocean Shore that I assume some of which comes from the freeway also. So I don't have time to repeat all the questions I sent you earlier, but my main points are I hope that in this process we can consider more than just one alternative design, that the community might be able to bring some other ideas to the table as we look for solutions here. And then also I just want to make sure that the design is considering the new general plan and RENA numbers, as there's no discussion of that in the contract. It was vague in terms of what the timing they were looking at for traffic studies, but as you might know, these areas, again, on both sides of the freeway, have been identified for higher density housing. So there will be a lot of traffic impacts from that in the future. And I just want to make sure we're fixing it once and not fix it and then have to fix it again to address, what we want to build. Thank you. Oh, and I do want to just express my support for the letters for items 6 and 7 also. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the phone tonight, Josh, for consent calendar?
Mayor Beer, I have a few call-in commenters. I have 3 hands raised at this time. Just a reminder to our callers, if you are calling to speak on a consent calendar item, to please press *5 to raise your hand. I'll be announcing the last 4 digits of your number, so when you're called, please remember to press *6. We'll go ahead and start with caller with the last 4 digits, 1308. 1308, you may now unmute yourself to speak.
Hello, am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, hi. My name is Deej Gold. I live in Pacific Manor, and I'm encouraging you to remove item 10 from the consent calendar. The Pacific Manor community has been raising objections to the proposed plans to widen Manor overpass, install vertical parking, and also to create a possible additional on-ramp at Malagra, which poses significant safety risks. At 2 community meetings and at city council meetings, we have been opposing this project and trying to get alternatives. This item should be removed from the consent calendar, and instead of moving forward with this plan despite widespread opposition, and instead the planning department should listen to us and listen to our concerns and hold another community meeting, and then we can consider what we want to do to make the intersection Manor better, and if there is a need for any more on-ramps to Highway 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be phone number ending in 7310. 7310, you may now unmute yourself to speak. Please press *6.
Hi, Suzanne Moore. I'm hoping you can all hear me.
We can hear you.
I am Thank you. I'm speaking on numbers 10 and 13. And on number 10, specifically on section 2.3.2, building alternatives, I'm hoping that this could be pulled, considered and modified to be for at least 3 options that the consultant would consider, because at least 2 options were offered by neighbors in that area as an alternative to the on-ramp at Malagra Drive, which neighbors have consistently opposed. And also I was hoping that it would be modified for evaluations, because I feel that in addition to what is listed to be evaluated, certainly neighbor input should be a major consideration. And on item number 13, specifically talking about section 2-8-4, which speaks to the fact that the police department may immediately remove a vehicle that's in the preferential or safe parking program that is not supposed to be present. I suggest this item that it be pulled and revisited at a later date. The preferential safe parking program, when implemented, will be new and will undoubtedly cause initial confusion, and towing a motorhome can result in high fines, and if left unpaid, can result in the loss of someone's shelter and belongings. I'm sure it's not the intent of this council or city to create unsheltered homelessness. So may I suggest that the city delay this amendment and work closely with the Pacifica Resource Center as the safe parking program starts up, and then seek a reasonable plan to assure the program's success. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Mayor Beer, just to let you know, we're getting more callers, and I have 2 more hands raised.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and unmute, allow the last 4 digits, 1776. 1776. You may now press *6 to unmute yourself.
My name is Julie Starabin. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Julie.
Hey, thank you. I want to talk about number 10. I would like you to remove it from the consent calendar. and discuss it at a different time. At a previous city council meeting, despite many objections from Pacific Manor residents, you voted.
Uh-oh, Julie, I think you've cut off. I'd like to be able to give her her time if she calls back. We can do that, correct? Okay. Yeah, Julie, if you can hear me, please call back again and we will restart your time.
Okay, we'll move on to the next hand that's raised. The last four digits ending in 5141. 5141. You may now press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello, good evening.
Hi, this is Rick Nahas. Just want to thank the council for always supporting seamless transit. Consent calendar item number 6. I'm in support of that, and what this does is it kind of brings Half Moon Bay, the Mid-Coast, and Pacifica in alignment in supporting transit for the Bay Area, and allows the advocates to say that in the transit operator meetings in the Bay Area. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see how Julie has called back.
Great.
Julie, you may now press *6 to unmute yourself. *1776. You may now unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Julie. We'll start your time over, okay?
Okay, thank you. A message about number 10. I live in Pacific Manor. I really think you should keep the two projects separate, the Manor Bridge project and the on-ramp on Milagro. It was wrong to put them together. It was wrong then, and it's wrong now. At a community meeting about the on-ramp prior to City Council, over 65% of participants wanted an alternative to an on-ramp on Milagro, and there are alternatives, and you should put aside time for more community input before you approve the plan for the on-ramp, and so I really think you should remove number 10 from the consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I have another hand raised from caller ending in 3097. 3097, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Remy Tan over Pacific Manor. Just wanted to have a shout out to the council to, again, support. Thank you for supporting the seamless transit. This is much needed. And will, go a long way in solving a lot of the traffic problems in Pacifica. So I hope we can work with Samtrans to bring back, more frequent bus service in Pacifica. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe there are no more hands raised at this time.
Thank you so much, Josh. We did get one more card. So Bob Hutchinson, you can come on up. You're speaking on item number 12.
Hello. I have to speak on item 12? Or?
That's what you put on your
That's
little
what I
yellow
put down.
card, but.
I'm just teasing.
Okay.
Yeah, well, 12 is the pier, the Pacifica Pier. Great job on that so far, but it's been over a year and we haven't gotten, have they gotten the coastal development plan accepted by the Coastal Commission yet? What people don't talk about at these meetings is the Coastal Commission's overseeing this whole process. You never hear that from the city, really. But the 4 of the applications, I believe 3 or 4 of the applications we submitted, they rejected. I mean, and it started last April. And as far as I knew, in December, they still hadn't gotten one in accepted. I don't know if they have yet, but that's the Coastal Commission saying, I don't know what's going on there. It should not take that long. It should have taken a month or two and should have been fixed. But now we still have to wait and have a hearing, I guess, with the Coastal Commission. That's it for now. I'll talk to you later, I guess.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Mayor Beer, I have another hand raised.
It's wonderful that it's working.
Caller with the last four digits, 9116. 9116, please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Dan Evenhouse. I'm a longtime Pacifica resident. I live on Milagro Drive, and I'd also like to ask that the proposed Milagro on-ramp be decoupled from the other item, and would also say that, you know, many of the Milagro Drive residents that I know also do not really want to have a Milagro on-ramp. So just wanted to register that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Beer, there are no more hands raised.
Okay. We can close public comment and bring it back to council. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I do have a question not related to number 10, but related to number 10 before I get there. We heard a lot of questions from the audience, and at this point, I feel like making a deliberative statement. So, City Attorney, I know for questions alone, I wouldn't have to pull it if I'm making any kind of statement that sounds like deliberation. No?
Nope, you do not have to pull it.
Okay. So I'm going to start with number 12 then, and go from there. And just as City Manager, maybe you could give me an idea about what involvement the Coastal Commission has in overseeing the pier repairs, and maybe a blurb about why it's taking as long as it's taking.
Yeah, let me take this off. I'd be happy to start. Thank you for that question. And then Public Works Director Peterson can also chime in with details. So as everyone knows, this is an emergency repair project, and in the pursuit of the repair options, we did receive, and the funding strategy, we received $500,000 from the state with Senator Becker and Assemblymember Mullen, their initiative to provide us that funding. And then in the design process for it, we realized that we could repair all of the railings if we received a little bit more funding, and we approached the Coastal Conservancy to provide us that additional funding. And what you have before you tonight is the resolution that we have to adopt as part of the process to receive that grant funding from the Coastal Conservancy. And then in terms of the actual work, we're waiting for the end of crab season, so that, because the pier will be required to be closed for a period of time during repair. And I'll stop there and ask if Director Peterson has any additional details.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Lisa Peterson, Director of Public Works. So exactly correct from City Manager Woodhouse. Everything that he said was spot on. I would just also like to add that we have been working with the Coastal Commission. Sometimes, just like everybody, they're short-staffed, so they've been working with us. We feel like we're going to be getting that permit CDP very soon, and it's going to be within the time frame when we want to put this out to bid, which is, probably within the June time frame, and hopefully have it started by summer. So we're feeling pretty good, and we think it's moving forward like it should.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I ask questions related to number 10, do either of my fellow council members feel a need to pull it at this time?
Yeah, I think that decision was already made, that the council was not going to pull items. So if the council does not want to act on an item, that's a different subject, and then so it will not be approved. Oh, sorry.
So I'll make sure everyone hears you.
If the council wanted to not act on an item, there's no need to pull it. The council would just approve the consent minus that whatever item they do not want to approve.
Okay. In that case, I'll ask a few questions and make a statement and go from there. We did receive an email with a bunch of questions, which I forwarded to staff. Or no, it was already, staff was copied on it. And I'm not sure if staff is prepared to answer any of those questions tonight. But what I heard a lot of in the theme was about building alternatives and the idea that the neighborhood certainly doesn't favor the on-ramp option. And so from reading the staff report, it shows that, first of all, and City Manager, please correct me if I'm mistaken in what I read, I'm interpreting what I read. First of all, we have the opportunity to, this is a study, and after we study this thing and what it means to build an on-ramp there, we have the opportunity, and it's clearly delineated in the staff report. There we go. And the sentence specifically is in discussion with the TA, the Manor Drive overcrossing and the Milagro Drive on-ramp can be analyzed together, but the Manor Drive overcrossing can be a standalone project going forward. So I wanted to point out that already we have that option in our menu. In simultaneous, and I did not have the foresight to highlight the specific sentence, but it shows that this next step includes us telling the consultant to have a robust community outreach. So what we're being asked for by a lot of the community tonight is to pull this specifically so that there's more time for the community to give input. But what I'm reading here is that with signing off on this next step, we're giving the community an opportunity to give input. And so I wanted to make that statement and make sure that I'm on the right track. But after that, City Manager, if you wanted to say anything, I know that you received a copy of the questions from the one email, and as I said, I forwarded to staff accordingly. I don't remember if they were copied initially or not, but please.
Yeah, thank you for those questions, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick. You're correct that the overcrossing and the on-ramp, this is to study them together, but in terms of project implementation, they can be separated and, you know, a future decision made about the on-ramp portion. This phase, and I do appreciate the question and clarification, because Caltrans processes are extremely complicated and take many years to work through. And so this is phases 2 and 3 or 3 and 4, you know, it's hard to keep track of them, but Deputy Director Bautista from Public Works, thankfully, is here, and he knows all of the information in great detail. So I think because this is a very important and it's a complex project, I'd like to have Director Bautista come up and make some clarifying statements about the level of public engagement this next phase will entail, the study components, the future separation of projects, should that be the desire in the end.
Sure.
Hi, Sam.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council Member Sam Bautista, your City Engineer and Deputy Director. Just to, to clarify, yes, you hit it right on the head that, Caltrans is, they would like us to analyze the vicinity, and, that means analyzing both the overcrossing and where a on-ramp would be. But in terms of implementation, they can be standalone projects, and as it was stated in the staff report, we would like to advance the on-ramp. And during and as you know, we've completed the first phase, which was the preliminary planning study, and and we had a robust community engagement plan at that time, and we had community meetings and showed the community the different types of ideas, and we plan to do that for the next next couple phases. So, we will be, going out and trying to make sure that the community is engaged in this project, not just here in Manor, but trying to get the whole Pacifica engaged. So it is a very important project. We really need to upgrade that overcrossing just due to safety reasons. And I can answer any other questions you may have.
That'll do it for now, I think. And it sounds like the community is chomping at the bit to give more feedback, especially in regard to that on-ramp project. So as soon as we know when those meetings are going to be, I look forward to hearing that information. And I am going to be voting yes on this tonight. As I said at the last meeting in which we were discussing this, I'm interested in the study of the on-ramp project. Not that I'm convinced that I want to vote yes on it, but I am convinced I want to personally understand it before I vote on it one way or the other, or make a decision that is a quick decision when this is potentially a more complicated issue. That being said, what we did not know at the last meeting definitively, which we now know definitively, is that we can separate off the overcrossing from the on-ramp if we so desire, and just knowing that we have that mechanism in place if and when we so desire means that I feel that much more comfortable studying to find out how I favor the on-ramp project. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Anyone else? No? Go ahead.
Can I ask a question about item 11? The parking, they're paving certain parking lots, and I just had a question on, they left off the center one in Rockaway that also belongs to the city. And is there a plan to pave that parking lot at some time?
I'll bring Deputy Director Bautista or Director Peterson back up to see if they have an answer to that question.
Apologies, I was trying to look for my staff report. Okay, so which parking lots?
So there's the beach parking lot. Oh, they're all beach parking lots.
Yes.
So I was thinking about the one in the middle of Rockaway that is city-owned, that's very highly used.
Right next to the UPS store?
Yeah,
that
the one in the middle of Rockaway. It's not on the beach, though.
No, we call it the Rockaway South parking lot. So it looks like this is the one that's like right off of,
It's between Dundee and Old County Road.
yes, that is it. The small one. That is not one of the parking
Big
lots.
one. It's,
Dundee and Old County Road.
Old County Road.
The small parking lots that's in between the buildings. No, that is not included. It's just the long parking stretches.
So do you have any idea when that parking lot will be paved? Is it on a plan?
Currently, it's not on a plan, but it would be something that we would, look into the future capital improvement years.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Okay, do we have a motion?
Ready for a motion? Okay.
So I move to approve the consent calendar with authorization for the mayor to send letters of support for items 6 and 7.
And we need
And the reading of,
To read 13.
or ask Sarah to do it.
Or ask Sarah to do it.
And I move to introduce an ordinance amending section 4-7.1901, removal or towing of vehicles of Article 19 within Chapter 7, Traffic of Title 4 of the Pacifica Municipal Code related to the removal of vehicles illegally parked on the city streets in spaces designated for preferential parking, status CEQA exempt.
second.
Okay, we have a move and a second.
Yes, but recusing from item 14. Thank you.
Okay, the consent calendar passes unanimously with Vaterlos recused from item number 14.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, we're going on to oral communications. Any person wishing to address the council during public comments shall do so when recognized by the mayor. This portion of the agenda is for public comments on issues that are not listed on the agenda. Please be advised that the Brown Act prohibits council members from engaging in any dialogue, question, answering, or debate during public comment. We ask that you use care and respect when making any public comments and do not engage in personal attacks, but rather address the full council body rather than any individual. And finally, please remember to be kind. Okay, oral communications. First one up, we have Therese Dyer.
Council and staff. I just left some information with our mayor, and so she's aware of this ADA coordinator that we need. Tina Wiemeister represented us before, but now I understand she's gone, and the one that Mr. Woodhouse appointed to work with, I think, the planning commissioner or somebody, or the planning department. We need an individual that takes these classes. There's 15 pages to it. And if you'd like, I can call and order the copies for you. But I just want to read a small paragraph because I only got 3 minutes. The 1991 ADA regulation required all public entities, regardless of size, to evaluate all of their services, policies, and practices, and to modify any that did not meet ADA requirements. In addition, public entities with 50 or more employees were required to develop a transition plan detailing any structural changes that would be undertaken to achieve program SS, specifying a time frame for their completion. Public entities were also required to provide an opportunity for interested individuals to participate in the self-evaluation and transition planning processes by submitting comments. While the 210 regulation does not specifically require public entities to conduct a new self-evaluation or develop a new transition plan, they are encouraged to do so. So they have phone numbers that I gave the mayor. She can order the books or I can order them. And then for more information, see ADA Best Practices Toolkit for State and Local Governments at www.adagovernment.com. PCAT toolkit well, anyway, she'll order them, I'm sure. So I just wanted to know who we're going to appoint. You know, if Tina Wiemeister is gone, we need to conduct somebody, you know, in her place. That's in compliance with federal government, you know. So that's all I have to say on that matter. And I just want to say how well the city council works together harmoniously. I think we have a good council here. But I do criticize constructively Mike O'Neill for making the comments about the 2 restaurants that were struggling.
If you could
last
keep your
meeting.
comments general, that would be really
Oh,
helpful.
I'm sorry,
That's
but that's
okay.
permissible now. And it comes from the city attorney's booklet, which I have here, that I can address any individual member. But anyway, he was out of line when he requested those 2 restaurants that we should participate in, naming
Your time is up,
McDonald's and...
Therese. I'm so sorry, but your time is up.
Well, no, I'm in my right, I'm sure of that, because I have the booklet here to prove it.
Thank you so much. I wanted to remind people that if you'd like to call in by phone, you can at 650-898-6965. Conference ID is 383-609-442. You press star 5 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute. And when you call in, you will get in a queue. So please call if you would like to comment on oral communications tonight. And Christine, you're next. Christine Bowles.
Good evening again, Council. This is Christine Bowles, and I'm a resident of the Manor District. First, I just want to say I'm disappointed that none of my questions got answered, and some of them affect the contract and scope of work and public safety. So anyway, hopefully staff will get back to me. What I wanted to read to you today was actually news of a fire that happened yesterday just north of us, right off of Esplanade in the Fairmont West area. I saw this on Nextdoor. I'm just going to read you a little part of it. This was a brush fire that occurred, a wildfire that occurred in 25-mile-an-hour winds that required dozens of firefighters to control. One resident also volunteered with firefighting, and on Skyline Drive, many of us went door to door to help with evacuation. We're so grateful for firefighters who scaled the steep hillside and thick smoke to douse the flames. Lesson learned from this fire: pampas grass kindling was probably set alight by something unknown at present, and also pine trees were cracking as their resin caught fire in the heat. For this reason, it's very important to limit growth of these plants wherever they grow. And then she talks about how she's removed pampas grass and so forth. This is still the middle of winter in our rainy season. We're grateful that it rained yesterday, but it's really unusual that we're having fires in our area now, and our climate has really changed. I was at the event with Anna Eshu on Saturday, and she said that federal money was coming available for wildfire preparation and fuel reduction. And I want to really make sure that we're in line to get some of that, because our fire risks on the southern end of town are even more, with all the eucalyptus and the hills and the dangerous evacuation areas there. And my understanding is that we need to first have a good assessment of our risk. And I've said this before, it's missing in the general plan. The fire maps are mostly blank. They don't include any identification of the high fire hazard zones. And then if you look at the multi-hazard risk assessment that was done last year, it rated fire risk in Pacifica as lower than dam breaking, and we have no dams. So something is wrong in how we're really looking at fire risk, and I really encourage you to make this a priority to update our general plan and our hazards for these issues, and so that we can get funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Hutchinson.
Hello again. Just to follow up on some things Therese was saying about, yeah, this is the city attorney's law firm's booklet on the Brown Act, and right in there it says shouldn't make any restrictions on First Amendment right, on people's right to speak, any at all. You're allowed to address single council members. You're allowed to address employees of the city and criticize them or praise them. You're allowed to do that, and that's her law firm. They suggest you don't try to restrict any of that. So, and I see that with a lot of the problems, like the agenda titles. They say do not use jargon-laden agenda titles. Now, what was lease financing? Nobody understood what that was. You all may say, oh, everybody knows what that is. Nobody knew. I did a poll on Nextdoor. 81% of the people didn't know what it was. Maybe it wasn't scientific. I tried to be scientific, but nobody knew what that is. But here, who's benefiting from when we get sued by somebody? I'm not, because I'm not asking for much money. But they do. The law firm does. So the city doesn't benefit. People aren't benefiting. The law firm benefits no matter what if they give bad advice. So just watch out, maybe your law firm should start adhering to their own advice in your own manual, and tell the council people the real truth of what they should do. I still have a minute, huh? Common mistakes. 20 words. Jargon-laden. Case law suggests each independent action of the board should be agendized, even if it's related to a single project. So they should have had a bank loan on there, even though some people are actually trying to say there was no $4 million loan taken out in connection with that. I'd be careful, because that's kind of like going into the cover-up area. You're trying to cover up something. Everybody knows there is a bank loan. You admit it at the meetings. You say it. Even in the lease financing documents, say one of the last pages says a 15-year loan. It gives the years of each payment. Now that's what violates the state constitution. You're allowed to do lease financing if it's for 1 year at a time. But when you say it goes out 15 years, you've broken the law. So whoever told you to do it that way, I don't know if it was the city attorney or not, that's not the right way. And if you don't believe me, look up online, look at the court decisions on the subject, and that's what they say. It's legal as long as it's not a cover-up for going in debt.
Thank you so much, Bob. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Josh, do we have anyone on the phone?
Yes, Mayor Beer. Just want to remind callers that if you are wanting to speak on this agenda item under oral communications, to press *5 to raise your hand. Mayor Beer, we have a few hands raised. We have 3 at this time.
Okay, great.
But there are multiple callers, so I just wanted to remind the callers, if they wish to speak, to press *5. So we'll go ahead and start with caller with the last 4 digits ending in 7310. 7310. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, Suzanne Moore, hoping everyone can hear me.
We can hear you, Suzanne.
Thanks, Mary. I recently attended the Odstat Workforce Housing presentation, and I listened to many neighbors living close by. Some neighbors were in full support of the housing, while others voiced fears. I'm finding that fear is a barrier in many of our discussions, and fear can limit our ability to understand an issue and seek solutions. Fear of change is pretty common, but in our country, we're experiencing incivility and anger fed by our fears, and fear can immobilize. But fear can also be countered with information and thoughtful discourse. I frankly feel a little uncomfortable tonight talking about this. I'm no expert on communication. I'm merely a concerned Pacifican, aware of the difficult decisions we face at this moment in time and worried about our ability to hear each other. We are making decisions this year about our general plan and vision for Pacifica's future, our housing element with a state mandate for fair housing. We're recovering from a pandemic. We face COVID's economic downturn, which has been devastating to some in our community. We face inequities in access to housing, healthcare, education, and income. In past elections, we've experienced negative campaigns, personal attacks, not thoughtful discourse. And many a qualified community member thinks twice about community service because of the intimidating tactics of negative campaigns. In a recent community survey, neighbors expressed deep interest in the cost of living, housing costs, homelessness, and environmental concerns related to climate change, and in concern for Pacifica's infrastructure. Over 70% of those surveyed had not been notified about Pacifica's general plan or redistricting, so our outreach had been ineffective. Respondents did feel that outreach to the community was very important. I believe we can make headway by reaching out to the community, provide information, and encourage fact-checking with civil discourse. Community discourse is much needed as we look to the future, so let's all do our part to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you, Suzanne. Our next hand raise is caller with the last four digits 3097. 3097. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Ramy Tan, Pacific Manor, calling again. Just wanted to comment about the general plan. I made some comments, I think last month and then February regarding the general plan only counts for about 900 new units, and the regional housing need assessments believe has about over 1,900 units allotted for Pacifica. So wanted to find out if the consultants are updating the general plan to reflect the RENA numbers, and also the DEIR does not reflect the RENA numbers either. I think it has the 900 that's reflected in the draft general plan. So the DEIR also needs to be updated and redone. So again, just hoping that the city council and the city staff is on top of getting that update, because that's a major update. And the other thing I did notice taking a walk down at the beach behind the Manor Safeway, where I think there were some apartments that had been demolished. There's a retaining wall that's up on the cliff, and it looks like it's about to fall down, creating a hazard to people down on the beach below. So I think the property owner, whoever's in charge of that, needs to remove that shotcrete concrete up on the cliff. So I just want to let everybody know about that. Hopefully that'll be taken care of before it comes down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ramy. Another hand raised by caller 6699. 6699. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Cheryl Dickinson, resident of Lindemar. Can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome, thank you. I was actually calling in about fire danger, and I heard what Christine Bowles had to say, and I wanted to say that I second everything she said. I live in the south end of town, and with beach traffic on a Saturday, it's hard to get out of this area, and I'm terrified of fire danger in our area, and I'm super terrified of the amount of illegal fireworks, not only in our area, but even in the northern end of town, that go off. And I know that we have a routine way of dealing with them, but I urge the council to work with the police department and find new ways to deal with illegal fireworks. Basically, the city of Pacifica needs, the residents need to stop celebrating with fireworks. They're playing Russian roulette with, fire danger. So I just wanted to put that out on the table. 4th of July is right around the corner. I know that. I also wanted to follow up and find out about the Safe and Sane. Is that going on the ballot? Where are we at with that? And on another note, I live on Lindemar Boulevard, and we have a beautiful bike lane from the back of Lindemar Boulevard, Odstead, up to Adobe, and then it ends. I would love to see it if you could put a bike lane all the way through to DeSolo, from Adobe to DeSolo, even if it was to eliminate a lane. There's been all kinds of people, like I see people almost every week getting hit by cars, and then also they're on the sidewalks, and I practically have gotten run over by e-bikes and bikes. There's a lot of danger, a lot more people riding bikes down Peralta, and it's just a disaster waiting to happen. So I'd love to see that get on the bike plan. That's all I have for this evening. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Mayor Beard, there are no more hands raised at this time.
Okay, we have no more cards. City Attorney, just really quickly, I just wanted to make sure that I was doing the right thing. So when we're talking about, because it's mentioned twice here, right, or at least once in our agenda, right, to address the council as a whole. And so I wanted to make sure that I wasn't.
Yes, I think that the statements that you were making in your preliminary comments are fine to make. I think the point is we are not cutting off public comment.
No.
We are not doing that. But you can certainly direct your community as to how you would like them to address. You are not saying that we will cut them off. We won't. But you are asking that there not be personal attacks on council members. That's what I think you were trying to convey.
Correct. Okay, thank you so much. We're going to bring it back to council communications. Who would like to go first? Councilmember O'Neill.
I just wanted to address the caller in regards to the fire and one of the comments from the podium. We do have, and I don't have the particulars in front of me, but a free disposal chipper program that if you take and clean out the brush in front of your house, I believe it's an unlimited amount if you put it out there, and the city has a truck through a grant program from the federal government, if I remember the funding correctly, to clear out the brush and the feeder stuff from your house. So that's ongoing, and but it is going to be ending, I think it's in May. I don't have the flyer in front of me, but I live at the south end of town, and I have received 2 flyers in my mailbox about the program. And I know I have seen it posted on Nextdoor also. So the city is offering a free service for people to put tree limbs, brush, underbrush, pampas grass or whatever out on your porch or out on the street for the truck to come by and clean it up. So that is available to the public. And I know it's in the south end of town. I assume it's in the north end of town also. I'm not sure about that though. Just the south end? Kevin?
Yeah, just to clarify, it's in only some designated areas of the city, and we're continuing the program with the remaining grant funds that we received last year, and we have applied for a new batch of grant funds for this year to continue the program as well. And the details will be, the current program details are available on North County Fire Authority's website, and then the continuation of the program, if we get the grant funds, will be available as well, and pushed out through Connect with Pacifica and everything. Yeah.
Right, I was just going to say maybe put a reminder in there for Connect with Pacifica next week. Thank you, Kevin.
Councilmember Vadalos.
Okay, well, we miss Tina. We're happy to have the staff we have because we love them too. But I did go to 2 going away parties for Tina. I went to a meeting on the business license tax, and we're working on that. I had finally 4 in-person constituent meetings, and it was really nice to meet people in person. It makes a huge difference to meet them in person instead of on the phone. I went to the Diane Papin event, Kevin Mullen event, the Anna Eshu with Jerry Hill event, and all were productive. It's always good to meet with different people, and got to talk to Josh Becker about what we're working on as far as getting the units that we converted to all affordable into our arena numbers, and he's working on a bill for that. It's very positive. I went to the Recovery Coordination Committee Council. That was mostly, we're only doing them every month now, so it was kind of a catch-up. But they did want to tell everybody that San Mateo and San Francisco right now are the highest counties as far as COVID. And in Washington, D.C., an entire group of 58 people got COVID. So Jackie Spear asked everyone to wear a mask when they could. I think it's kind of important. And I went to the PCT opening, and we all got to play a game, and by the luck of the draw, I won the game, but everyone could have won. So it was a busy week.
Sounds like it. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Beckmeyer.
My week wasn't as busy, which was welcome. And I did not attend to only one farewell event for Tina Wermeister. Wish her well, and are very pleased with our current planning staff and how much work and effort they put in for us. Thank you. I attended the Create and Connect Fair on Palmetto Avenue on Saturday the 2nd. It was so much fun. The weather was beautiful. I heard so many positive comments as I'm walking around up and down Palmetto. It was energizing. It was great to hear people discovering new places or visiting businesses they hadn't actually set foot in since the pandemic, or they didn't even know were open, as well as the pop-ups that were there. And I especially want to thank Josh for all your help getting that off the ground. I know it was a little bit of a rush there at the end, and thanks to Josh Kisler and Kelly from the Royal Bee for all the work they did to put that together. Oh, and Aaron at Cotton Crustacean, too. Beautification Advisory Committee, there wasn't anything really new to report. Nothing, there's going to be, except to say there's going to be an effort to nominate, and people can self-nominate, businesses and individuals who have a beautiful curb appeal, or their yard is beautiful and they want to acknowledge someone who they love their yard. There's information on the city's website, and there will be rolling applications quarterly. So if you know of someone and you're interested in that, you can contact me. I'll get you the information, or you can check the city's website, the Beautification Advisory Committee. Attended the Kevin Mullen and Anna Eshoo events. Got to see Jerry Hill, which was very nice. Java with Jerry. And also attended the Rotary Day of Service at Coyote Point, which turned out to be so informative and helpful for me in my now 3 months on the Resource Management and Climate Protection Committee, because Office of Sustainability was there, Rethink Waste was there, Recology was there. Carol Groom was there, did a lovely presentation about the Coastal Commission. It was a really beneficial day, and I'm very glad I attended. Again, thanks to Josh for getting information out to the community about that. And then I wrapped it up with the very last visit to the PCT open house, whereupon I won some earrings. I'm just letting you know.
Sea glass?
Sea glass earrings, yes. And that was a terrific event. PCT has done such a great job really streamlining their space. I have worked with them. I bring students there from Cabrillo School, and there were things that when Marty took me on the tour that I was astounded by. And it's really would behoove everyone to learn more about PCT. And as I tell the students, we have a TV station in our town. Did you know that? It's right across the street from school. And they're like, what? It's really amazing what they're doing and the digital technology that they've managed to implement. So highly recommend looking into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a reminder that there's a war going on in the Ukraine, and our hearts, at least my heart, is going out to them. I feel like it's important to keep that in view and perspective as I go about what I go about. So I didn't have as many meetings over the last 2 weeks, which was really helpful because we had a major corporate walkthrough at Safeway where I work. So it was good that I was able to focus my energies there. That being said, I've been talking a lot about how our contract negotiations are going. I'm happy to report tonight that it looks like Safeway has decided to offer a substantial raise, including with health care. So I'm awaiting the official packet to get into the details of what all this means, but it looks like we have averted a strike, and it looks like they're offering something that's actually pretty good. So I'm going to take a look, and hopefully I'll be able to make one more announcement that we're good to go. A few weeks back, and I forgot to mention this at the last meeting, I had a charming lunch with Linda Mason in San Bruno. And in the past, I've mentioned various businesses to help support local businesses here in town. But while I was in town, she was actually excited to show me some of her businesses. One in particular was Pino's Palette at 533 San Mateo Avenue. The idea being you do some painting and you drink a little wine and have a good time. There was also this establishment called Atlas, where there was essentially, it was a pizza parlor that they have the room to place a venue for music or what have you in the back, and they're getting that up and running. And there was another establishment that had outdoor dining. And all of this is to say, while I do want you to continue spending your dollars in Pacifica and supporting our local businesses, it was really impressive to see what San Bruno is doing with their businesses, and it gave me some good things to bring back home to see what we might be able to do here. Of course, I attended Tina's goodbye party with my fellow council members and staff. She is missed, and I'll leave that there. A young man reached out to me about deepening his understanding about our traffic problems here in town. So it was really nice to meet with someone who's a student who wanted to learn more about the community and get more involved. And then I attended, I kind of spent the weekend hanging out with Sue Vaterlaus here at these events, which was my good fortune, as every time I think that I have become grateful to know you, I get to learn even more about you and get to become even more grateful. That aside, the first event was for Diane Pappin, where our State Senator Josh Becker was present, but also Eleni Kounalakis was present. And she just had this historic moment where she's the first woman to sign state law into law, because our current governor, Mr. Newsom, is on vacation, so she's the acting governor. And so this is the first time a woman has signed legislation into law. So I had the distinct honor of meeting her, not just for Diane Pappin's event, but the next night also at Kevin Mullen's event, where Jackie Spears spoke. And it's always an honor to hear her speak also. And of course, the next day after that, we got to hang out with Anna Eshoo a little bit in front of Mazzetti's, where Jerry Hill came back for a visit, and it's always good to see Mr. Hill. And council member from Menlo Park, Ray Mueller, showed up also, and it's always good to see Ray also. And then later that evening, I'm friends with Josh Becker's staffer, and she invited me to this event where there were representatives of union and also a bunch of people who are into affordable housing. So that afforded me the opportunity to meet some people and converse in an informal setting about what affordable housing means to them and what the housing issues we're having constantly means to them, and the realities of solutions we can find within the context of being in a county that's 56% open space, and finding those solutions so that people can live here and serve in places like Safeway, for instance. And then the open house at PCT, where Mary Sue and I got to play a game on live television, which was fun. But all of this was to bring awareness to the fact that PCT is in danger of losing their house. And we are extraordinarily lucky to have, I think, the longest running public television station in the country right here and in a really amazing facility. And so more to the point, they do have a GoFundMe up so that they can hopefully save their house. The current owner is offering them something of a deal, but it's that deal is like $750,000 and they need to raise that money by tomorrow. So if anyone's interested in visiting that GoFundMe so that we don't have to worry about broadcasting and being this transparent, that would be an asset to our community. I got to meet with the police chief today. I had never seen the inside of the police station, so it was a lot bigger on the inside, and I got a better understanding of how our system works here in town, and I'll be able to potentially talk about that a little later. And all of this fun aside, in the coming weeks, I'll actually have my more proper meetings. But one of the meetings that I don't normally have is this virtual conference on April 19th and 20th called Protecting Your City from Wildfire. And it was brought up tonight how deeply concerned we are about wildfire. I get to experience this every day at my place of work. My customers say to me, "What wonderful weather we're having," to which I get to respond, "Yes, the weather is surely pleasant," and that brings concern into my mind. Although in a looser setting, I use looser language, but I'll leave it there for now. So the opportunities of getting to hobnob a little with local politicians provide opportunities such as deepening relationships with California lawmakers such as Mr. Becker and Mr. Mullen. And as I've discussed with them previous and will continue to discuss with them, it is a concern that perhaps can be addressed in part by raising our civil fines from $1,000 to something greater than $1,000, to which they've both responded to me, yes, and not only might it be a good idea to raise those civil fines, what we really need to look at is those who are bringing the illegal fireworks over state lines and not merely slapping them on the wrist. Because as helpful as it might be to find those in our community who are bad actors, it would really be a good idea to make it painful for those who provide the opportunity for our community, those in our community, to act as bad actors. So that's what's going on there. I also was reminded to follow up with a representative of Midcoast Council with whom I've been discussing our mutual fire concerns and maybe finding mutual opportunities to support one another in finding funding. But I'm looking forward to that virtual conference for 2 days in the coming week to deepen my understanding of how to address wildfire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will begin, so I'd like to adjourn the meeting tonight in honor of Dr. Mark Acero. Mark Acero was a lifetime Pacifican chiropractor in town, musician, friend to everyone. It's a big loss for our community, and so I'd like to adjourn tonight in his honor, if that's okay with my council. Thank you. Next month in May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And so we're getting all geared up for Mental Health Awareness Month. I'll talk about the Mayor's Mental Health Initiative. I was able to mention it at the Pacifica Collaborative on Thursday, and we had so many people contact me afterwards with activities and things that are going to be going on in our community. So I'm really excited about that. And Carolyn, I just want to say publicly, I'm sorry that I missed your turn at the Collaborative. I'm so sorry. So back to the Mayor's Mental Health Initiative. We're going to be having a mental health first aid training on May 14th. Thank you, Director Perez, for coordinating that effort. I really appreciate it so much. We were able to get money to get the trainings brought to us for free, and so that's a really wonderful addition to what will be happening in May. There'll be a Be Sensitive, Be Brave suicide prevention presentation at the library. It's a 2-hour presentation. I don't have that date yet, but please look for information about that. I'll make sure to get everything out through Connect Pacifica. I'll be meeting with Cindy Abbott tomorrow to talk about activities that we can do at the Sanchez Art Center. Some of our Oceana students will be presenting their Brilliance and Resilience workshop at IBL. We're going to be lighting up the buildings in green for Mental Health Awareness Month. I'm really excited about that. All of the mayors who are in the planning teams are going to be doing press conferences. And then we will also be participating in a panel at the Progress Seminar that all of our elected officials attend every year. So I'm excited. I get to be on a panel at the Progress Seminar. Who knew? I also had the honor to stand with the Seton staff who were striking for a contract that they need signed really bad. And so I was able to join many of our local electeds, you know, the mayor from Daly City, and you mentioned Ray Mueller, and there were so many folks out there who were supporting our staff at Seton. That's our hospital, right? It serves so many people in Pacifica, not just in Pacifica, but in North County, and so we really need those folks to be treated well. I didn't participate. I listened to the Congressional Candidate Climate Forum, so that was interesting. I know there were some folks from Pacifica also on the line. And we're going to have a Pacifica Pride Day on June 4th. Super excited about that. We're working with Katie from Table Wine. So Katie, thank you for coming to us and wanting to organize all of this. It's really cool. So we're also working with Coast Pride on that event. There's going to be hopefully Pacifica Hot Rods. They're just getting all of their ducks in a row, but we're hoping that they'll be doing a car parade in town, and then there's going to be a small walking parade down Palmetto, and there's going to be businesses that are going to participate, and it's just really exciting that we get to do something about love. So I love that. I also got to chat with Anna Eshu. That was really wonderful. And the PCT open house, you know, we need PCT. And so I think we really have to start talking about that really loudly out in our communities. When I was touring the station, I was reminded of all the things that my students have been able to do there. They created digital stories in their media lab. You know, we've done podcasts in their podcast booth, and just memories that go back as far as I can remember, like back to Channel 8, you know, when I was growing up. Like, it's a really important part of our community, so let's support them too. And I think that's all I have. I'm going to hand it over to, did you want to say something else?
I just had remembered that I had meant to ask a question for Kevin to perhaps address in his notes. And my question was regarding the ADA coordinator. Just if you could mention who's stepping up into that position, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm handing it over to you, City Manager Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mayor Beer, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just have a couple brief comments. I'll start with the ADA coordinator. Upon Assistant City Manager, Planning Director Weremeister's departure, I designated Acting Planning Director Murdoch as the city's ADA coordinator. A few upcoming events I wanted to point out, and you'll hear a little bit more about this, the framework for this concept of celebrating employees, and a lot of recruitments that we have going on. Recruitments in the public sector are challenging currently, and we're working on those challenges. But we have, and thankfully in coming out of COVID, fingers crossed that any variants hold back, we have at the beginning of May a return to our employee recognition and service awards event. So that's a great event with all employees, and recognizing the years of service of many employees, all the way up to, I think, beyond some are beyond 30 years of service. Additionally, in May is National Public Works Recreation Week. So there will be, we did this a couple years pre-COVID, Public Works will have an open house at the Corporation Yard on Milagro, and it's during the day, so that's a little challenging for folks to attend, but they're working to get some school schools to come by and see the equipment and, lots of exciting things at the Public Works Corporation yard. So that's coming up as well. And then switching gears, I'll mention that, and this information is being pushed out currently on the economic development front. May 13th to the 21st is the Peninsula Restaurant Week that's being promoted widely on the peninsula. So last week we sent an email directly to all Pacifica residents. Restaurants. It's free to sign up to receive promotion, and hopefully during that week, lots of folks visiting their local favorite best restaurants. So we'll be continuing to push that information out up until that time. And I'll stop with my announcements there.
Okay, thank you very much. And if it's okay with council, I'd like to take just a small break, 5 minutes before we head in. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick. Okay, we're back now, and we are on agenda item number 15. Introduction of an ordinance adding Chapter 19, Acquisition and Use of Military Equipment of Title for Public Safety of the Pacifica Municipal Code. Tonight we have with us our Chief of Police, Dan Steidle.
So good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. I'm Dan Steidle, your Chief of Police. Tonight we're bringing to you our military equipment policy item. A little background: on September 30th of 2021, California State Assembly passed Assembly Bill 481, which was signed into law and subsequently created California Government Code Section 7070, 7071, and 7072 to codify Assembly Bill 481. So Assembly Bill 481 requires a law enforcement agency to obtain approval through the use of its governing body through the adoption of a military equipment use policy by ordinance at a regular meeting prior to taking certain actions related to acquisition or use of military equipment as defined in Assembly Bill 481. So in response to Assembly Bill 481, the Police Department has authored policy number 705, military equipment. And this policy has had an extensive review by the Pacifica Police Department command staff as well as the city attorney's office. It's important to understand while we're reviewing this policy that military equipment is defined in Assembly Bill 481 without any connection as to whether or not the equipment is received from the military or exclusively used by the military. So the Pacifica Police Department does not participate in the Military Equipment Surplus Program, which is also known as the 1033 program. That program allows law enforcement agencies around the country to obtain military surplus equipment. The Pacifica Police Department also does not possess any equipment obtained from the military by any means, nor does it possess any equipment that is used exclusively for military purposes. So this new legislation requires the police department to create this policy for approval and list the different types of military equipment as defined by the legislation. And in the policy, provide the following, which we have done in the draft policy number 705, which was part of this packet. And in that policy, we have, as we were required to, provide a description of the equipment, the purpose and use of the equipment, the fiscal impacts, including the initial acquisition cost, as well as the cost of the upkeep of the equipment, legal and procedural rules related to the equipment, training of officers who use the equipment, oversight of the equipment program and how policy violations would be handled, as well as a citizen complaint process for those that have complaints or concerns that they would like addressed regarding the military equipment. The policy and the law also requires that once this is adopted annually, every year, the chief or designee has to come back to the city council for a renewal of the policy, if you will. In terms of the renewal of that policy, there's a few other things that also have to be provided. First of all, the report has to contain the summary of how the military equipment was used during the previous years and the previous year and the purpose of the use, as well as a summary of any complaints or concerns received regarding the military equipment, the result of any internal audits, and information about violations of the military equipment use policy and any actions that were taken in response. We also have to discuss the total annual cost for each type of equipment, including acquisition, personnel training, transportation, maintenance, et cetera, and from what source those funds will be provided to pay for those costs. We also have to reaffirm the quantity possessed for each type of military equipment, and finally, discuss and present whether the law enforcement agency or our department intends to acquire additional military equipment in the next year, as well as the quantity of that equipment and the type that is being sought. So taking a look at what we have in our policy, this reflects what it is that we possess at the Pacifica Police Department. The first is the less lethal shotgun. It's a shotgun that has been equipped and painted orange for the use of a less lethal, what's called a super sock beanbag projectile. The purpose of that is it's a de-escalation tool. The idea being if officers are faced with a situation where there's someone that in most cases is armed, and we have lethal force, meaning a regular handgun or other type of lethal weapon, and we have this other weapon present, this less lethal shotgun, and we have the opportunity, if the verbal de-escalation is not working and it's imminent that deadly force may be used, we have the opportunity to use this and bring the person under control and disarm them without having to use deadly force. The second item is the pepper ball launcher. The best way I can describe that is if you've ever played paintball and saw what a paintball gun looks like with a hopper on it that fires paintball projectiles, this is nearly identical, except instead of shooting paintballs, what it fires off are little plastic balls that when they strike something, they pop and a powder comes out. And that powder is the powder equivalent to pepper spray. The idea being if we're in a situation and we can keep a little distance for somebody that may be armed, maybe trying to hurt themselves or somebody else, or a situation where we don't want to have to escalate the force, we can use that to create it's an irritant to hopefully take the fight out of somebody, if you will, and be able to take them into custody without anybody becoming injured. So the third item that we have on the list are the patrol rifles. Now, I'd like to give a little preface to this one in that the way the law reads in Assembly Bill 481, we're not required to bring this to the council's attention that we have these, as these are standard issued firearms at the police department. However, when you take a look at the list, and the whole title of military equipment is a little confusing, and I think about how I just discussed with you what a pepper ball launcher is. It looks like a paintball gun. It really didn't sit well with us, my command staff and I, when we were authoring this policy, that we wouldn't include something that looks like a piece of military equipment, although it's not. And patrol rifles are used in situations where we want to create distance between the officers and an armed threat, with the idea that the officers are farther back, are safer, and they're using a weapon that is far more accurate than a pistol. The final piece of equipment we have that's considered military equipment is our command post trailer, which was a piece of equipment that was purchased, I believe it was 2010 or 2011, and it is it was designed as a DUI checkpoint command post trailer paid for by funding from the California Office of Traffic Safety. We have the ability to dispatch out of it. We have the ability to run a crime scene out of it. We have the ability to run major traffic collisions out of it. And that's what we use that item for. The final part of the policy that I'm discussing tonight is the mutual aid section. So as you can see, what I'm explaining to you that we have here in our military equipment list, it is by far probably one of the most very basic lists I have seen in speaking with my colleague chiefs, not only in our county, but around the state. We have the very basic equipment. We don't have a tactical team, we don't have a SWAT team, we don't have that type of equipment, because fortunately we live in a community we don't need that type of equipment on a regular basis. However, we have to have the ability to bring that type of equipment, or a tactical team that would bring that type of equipment on an emergency situation into our city if we need to. I'll give you an example. Heaven forbid that the call come out tomorrow that we have an active shooter on one of our campuses, which is something we continually train for. That's going to draw a very large law enforcement response from around the county. These could be short incidents that could be over before a tactical team arrives, or these could go on for quite some time. Could involve hostages, could involve officers arriving on scene, officers being shot, students already being shot, teachers already being shot, and perhaps a situation where you have students or teachers holed up in an area and they're hiding, and there is still active killing going on the campus. In that situation, we are going to, aside from the initial officers that come in, we need to deploy tactical teams, and we need to bring in that equipment that sometimes is a little bit difficult to talk about. Equipment such as armored vehicles, which can help us rescue down people in a situation where we're being shot at. Again, a situation where we might be calling for mutual aid is a great example that we had recently. We had an incident up at the Grace McCarthy Vista Point, where there was more blood in that parking lot than I've ever seen at any crime scene. And we did not have a victim that was present there. So we did not know if we had a victim that was somewhere dying in that terrain, somewhere bleeding out, whether they'd been driven away in a vehicle, we had no idea. We called the sheriff's office, who has a drone. which we do not, which is considered military equipment, and we were able to put that drone up and search that area exponentially faster than any of our officers could have in that terrain, and we were able to determine very quickly that we did not have someone in that area whose life that needed to be saved, and we were able to focus our attention at that point on our investigation. And I want to make it clear that when times when mutual aid is called, whether it be something small like a drone in a situation like I described, or a major incident where there's shooting going on, the Pacifica Police Department has the final determination on the tactics and the equipment that are used in that jurisdiction. There is never a time where a jurisdiction comes in to assist us and they make the decisions. Those people that on tactical teams that have access to that equipment that may be needed consult with us, and we make the decision. And then whoever's making the decision in a serious case is going to be me, then stands by that decision and is held accountable for that decision. So this evening, what staff is asking for is to move to waive the ordinance reading of and introduce by title an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica, adding Chapter 19, Acquisition and Use of Military Equipment of Title IV, Public Safety of the Pacifica Municipal Code, approving the Pacifica Police Department's military equipment policy, and finding the introduction of the ordinance exempt under CEQA. And with that, I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from council? Okay, well, we can open up public comment. I do have some cards. I just want to remind you that we're starting public comment for item 15. Excuse me. And you can call 650-898-6965. The conference ID is 383-609-442. Press star 5 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute. If you call in, you'll get put into a queue, so please do. It's been working. And we have some cards. The first person up will be Gloria Stoffen, followed by Christine Bowles.
Good evening, City Council members and city staff. My name's Gloria Stoffen, a longtime Pacifica resident and homeowners. I'll be very brief on this. I'm expressing my concern of the approval of Pacifica's compliance with AB 481, acquisition and use of military equipment. I remember many years ago, I was watching the news on TV and they were reporting about an incident that was occurring in Pacifica. And I witnessed an actual military vehicle, like a small tank, racing down Highway 1 to Peter Point of all places in Pacifica. The report went from bad to worse. Earl Chang lost his life that day. It was awful. It was something that really affected the whole city. It affected the council, the city staff, and all of us residents, whether we lived here or not. We all felt that. Also, another incident happened down in Half Moon Bay, maybe about 2 or 3 months later. But it wasn't quite as dramatic as seeing a tank going down Highway 1. I urge you as city council members to take the time and not be pressured in making any decisions this evening. A community meeting would give the community a chance to voice their concerns and for the council to make a more informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Bowles, followed by Carolyn Harmio.
Good evening, council and staff. This is Christine Bowles. First, I want to thank Chief Steidel for his presentation, and I was very relieved to hear how little military equipment we have right now, and that our community is generally safe and not needing those awful things. we might need a drone. We have a lot of areas that are hard to access. So can you just explain the process? I think you said buying any new equipment needs to come before council. So is that something like for each little thing that you might consider that would need to come to a public meeting before that decision is made? And then I'm newer to the community and issues of policing, and was not here when Errol Chang was killed. But I know a lot of people are very concerned about making sure that we do all we can to de-escalate before, so things like that don't happen again. And my understanding is that this documentation doesn't need to be submitted for 6 months or so. And I'm hearing that the peace people and the social justice groups would really like to meet with you all just to discuss it further before just going ahead and adopting it today. And I'll just share a little story. In District 2, we only have 3% African Americans, but I've been talking to some of them in the last month, and we do have racism in our community, and it breaks my heart. I was told a story of an African American lady who was standing on the sidewalk by the Pacifica Resource Center when the fire broke out, and it wasn't a police person, but just someone in the community that, asked her why she was standing there, and she looked very suspicious. And I'm just hearing from other people too. They have a different sense of like leaving their homes. There's a whole other thing you have to think about. You have to teach your children, that you might get stopped more by the police and so forth. And anyway, I just hope that we as a community can do more to decrease racism and the need for these kinds of police actions. Thank you.
Oh. Carolyn Hamillo.
Oops, sorry. Good evening, Council. My name is Carolyn Jaramillo, and I'm speaking tonight to express my concern about compliance with AB 481. I understand from the chief's presentation that some things that I read on the first draft of the Pacifica policy seem to have changed, and I'm glad to see that the one of my big concerns was that the whole question of mutual aid. And I think when I read the draft, it was saying that the policy of the jurisdiction that was called in the case of mutual aid, that their policy would be the one that would be held. And so I'm glad to see that within the last few days that must have changed. But with regard to some of the other weapons, such as the chemical weapons as tear gas and pepper balls, our policy does not fully incorporate and spell out the restrictions that are laid out in AB 48, which is a different ordinance than 481. So AB 48 puts a very high standard for when these pieces of equipment can be used. And I just think this whole presentation and policy have not been adequately publicized. I think the public needs more time to consider this whole complex issue of militarizing local law enforcement, which includes training and costly equipment maintenance. These weapons are referred to as de-escalation tools, but we cannot but imagine that a non-English speaker or a person experiencing mental health crises could perceive them as anything but life-threatening. And I urge you, the council, to take your time. You have 6 months before you have to make any decision on this policy. I urge you to please hold a a well-publicized community engagement meeting where the community's questions and suggestions can be addressed. I mean, this is a time in our history, and our cities all across the country are reconsidering what makes us safe. They're turning to crisis intervention programs and other alternatives, not military gear. And I know that Pacifica does not possess weapons that were provided through Program 1033, but they're still, you know, very problematic. And I think the whole community needs to be aware of these policies, and I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Josh, do we have anyone on the phone?
Yes, Mayor Beer, at this time we have 6 hands raised.
Okay.
And just to remind a few of our callers who do not have hands raised that if you'd like to speak on agenda item number 15 for the ordinance on military equipment, to please press *5 to raise your hand. And we'll start off with the caller with the last 4 digits, 8983. 8983, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Thank you so much. My name is John Lindsay Poland. I work for the American Friends Service Committee. We worked with authors and sponsors of AB 41, this legislation, when it was being developed last year. And I wanted to emphasize something that Carolyn Jaramillo said about the time that you have in order to consider this, in order to get it right, which I think everybody wants to do. I also want to address something that the chief said. If something doesn't come from the Department of Defense, it doesn't mean that community members don't perceive it as militarized. Policing has become increasingly militarized over the last decades. And so a lot of this weaponry, while Pacifica doesn't have a SWAT team, is experienced as something very militarized and can be very traumatizing when it's deployed in a civilian environment. I would encourage council members to ask the chief not only about the uses of this equipment in extreme situations, which is generally the rationale for the acquisition and use of this equipment, but in more ordinary policing situations. Because that's what use policy governs. You're not approving whether equipment can be acquired or possessed. You're approving or not approving use policy. And that's the issue here, is how it is going to be used, not only in the most extreme situations, but in other situations. So I would hope for some clarification about the mutual aid question, because I also read a version of this policy which says in 705.6, law enforcement agencies responding to a call for mutual aid within this jurisdiction shall adhere to their own policies on the use of military equipment. It would be great if the chief could clarify that that clause has been struck from the version that is before you today. And then again on AB 48, which is this legislation that is also recent and is about the use of chemical agents and impact projectiles. So pepper balls are chemical agents. Those balls that hit people have chemical agent inside them that are irritants and can be very damaging to people's health. And both chemical agents and projectiles under AB 48 are prohibited for use solely due to any of the following: a violation of an imposed curfew, a verbal threat, or non-compliance with a law enforcement directive. In other words, if an officer is trying to get compliance from someone and that person is not complying, the use of chemical agents and projectiles are prohibited only for that purpose, which is not in the
I'm
policy
sorry,
that
sir,
I've
your
seen
time
that
is
Pacifica
up.
has.
I really appreciate you calling in tonight, but your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Our next caller with the last 4 digits, 7310. 7310, please press *6 to unmute
evening. Suzanne Moore again. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Thank you again. I ask our council to decline to approve the Pacifica Police Department military equipment policy till further community discussion and input. I agree with Carolyn Jaramillo that there's been little outreach on this agenda item, and certainly at a time when Pacifica's Police Department is expanding efforts to involve the community and elicit community trust, council can further that effort by providing community discussion and educating the public about AB 481 and its appropriate application in Pacifica. There are past studies showing that there's a positive and statistically significant relationship between police receipt of military weapons and increased use of force, and studies that suggest that militarization does not enhance public safety or reduce crime. And although Chief Steibel is assuring us that Pacifica does not have these, this is a discussion that we need to entertain. Gloria Stefan remembers well seeing on the news a militarized unit going down to San Pedro Point, and things like that is associated with an erosion of public opinion of law enforcement. So let's provide some community information. Let's outreach to people to be aware of this item. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1308. 1308, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller ending in 1308, you may now speak.
Is there another caller on the line as well?
Yes. Do you want to move on to the next caller and try 1308 again?
I think that would be a good idea.
Okay. We'll move on to caller 9116. 9116. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello?
9116, please try pressing *6 again to unmute yourself. I think they tried unmuting themselves, but some reason we're not able to hear them. But we can try coming back.
I think we're going to have to, yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll go back to the one before that, please.
All right. Caller 1308. 1308. Please go ahead and try unmuting yourself by pressing *6. Not sure what's the issue, but we'll try coming back to these two callers. We'll move on with our next caller. 4560. Last four digits, 4560. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, my name is Clara Davis, and I would just like to also echo the sentiments of the previous speakers. I also urge the council to not make a decision to approve this policy today. You have 180 days to decide, and I think just based off of you know, what we've been hearing from other people. I think there's a lot to discuss and a lot of input that should be taken in from the community that I just don't think 3 minutes is really enough to really get into the weeds of how this can affect the community by having militarized weapons. I don't think that Pacifica needs militarized weapons to begin with. There are lots of studies, I think even just based off of what happened during the George Floyd protests, there are many peaceful protesters who were shot with quote unquote non-lethal weapons that created brain fractures and brain damage and a lot of really intense injuries to civilians. So I just think that there's kind of a lot about this, and the fact that there's been really no discussion of this or really any attention brought to this pretty huge change in policy for the police, I don't really think is acceptable. So I'm asking that the council wait and have a real community session where the community can give their input about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. We'll move on to the next caller with the last 4 digits, 1776. 1776. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, good. My name is Julie Starabin, and I live in Pacific Manor, and I am against approving the proposed police department policy regarding military weapons. For one, there's really no such thing as a less lethal shotgun. It's sort of like being slightly pregnant. It's just not real. And more time is needed to develop policies that reflect our community. There's, as other people have said, there's 6 months for the city council to discuss this, to get community input, to have a citywide meeting or several citywide meetings that are highly publicized. There are too many questions that need to be asked and resolved before this is approved. Please do not approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. We'll move on to our next caller with the last 4 digits, 9116. 9116. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And my name is Dan Ebenhouse, calling in again, expressing concern about the proposal for what appears to be further militarization of the police force in Pacifica. As a resident of Pacifica, I've had both good and bad experiences with the police. I am very concerned about adding more equipment that might be used against people that have mental health issues. I'm a therapist by profession, and very concerned that additional military equipment will be more likely to cause more harm as opposed to preventing it. So I urge the council to take more time, get more comments. We also want to make sure that we're on the right side of the law as the city, and as Carolyn Jaramillo had pointed out, some of this we might need to adjust anyway based on the state laws. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one more hand raised from the caller, the last 4 digits, 1308. 1308. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Great, this is my 3rd or 4th time to get through your system. So thank you for taking my call. My name is Deej Gold, and this is my 2nd time calling in tonight. I'm to also encourage you to delay voting on the proposed ordinance for the police use of military equipment, as there is no urgency to pass this ordinance and there's been no public process about it. There's no reason for the Pacifica Police to have military equipment, and describing something as less lethal force doesn't mean it's not lethal. It doesn't mean it doesn't cause permanent damage. I was at a demonstration at the Port of Oakland, and a young woman was hit with a beanbag, and it fractured her jaw and caused bruising and damage around the eye socket. Just because these are called less lethal force doesn't mean that they shouldn't be covered by Pacifica's use of force policy. And yet, in reading this policy on military equipment, I don't see the relationship or the linkage to Pacifica's use of force policy, which Pacifica Social Justice raised with the Pacifica Police Department a couple of years ago. As with others, I remember Errol Chang, and I remember how mutual aid overwhelmed any attempt by Pacifica to restrain force, and he was executed for being in a mental health crisis. We need to understand the limitations the Pacifica Police will put on any weapons that they own or buy. The use of the language including but not limited to is not the intent of AB 481, which was to specify what uses these would be and to limit it to those specified uses. So in any case, I urge you to delay the vote on this, to have a public study session or public meeting where we can talk about the role of policing in our community and how we can avoid creating a militarized situation between the police and the people who live here or work here or come here. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have another hand raised with the last four digits, 2839. 2839, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is George Carpenter. I'm in District 1. I just want to say that it's pretty upsetting to hear Chief of Police begging the City Council for armored vehicles and drones. I don't know, it's just like hard for me to process that in a city like Pacifica, the need for that kind of equipment. I'm urging the council to not approve this ordinance, which would allow the PD to acquire and use military equipment, as we've all talked about. City Council, as some people have mentioned, has 180 days to make this decision, and you should hold this. You should hold a well-publicized study session with the community for more input. I also want to remind the council that mutual aid was used in the murder of Errol Chang, who was in the midst of a mental health crisis when the Pacifica PD called upon Daly City SWAT team for backup. I really don't think we need this military equipment. I think we need investments in a crisis intervention team and social workers, services that actually make us safe. I also would ask you to refer to the letter that was sent by Pacifica Social Justice, I think on April 5th. And I just want to end this by saying we're not at war. We don't need to open the door for violence. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, George. Mayor Beard, there are no more hands raised at this time.
Okay, we're going to close public comment and then bring it back to council. Okay, Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I wanted to let everyone know that I had a conversation with Chief Steidel about this whole topic prior to tonight's meeting. So when you first called for any questions from council, I didn't actually have any questions from council. I did want to clarify a couple of points. One is on our packet page 216, and the second paragraph. This Government Code Section 770, that is where we find the list of the types of equipment that are to be evaluated against what our own department has. Our department has 4 of those. Is that correct, Chief?
Technically, we have 3, and I'm offering in the essence of transparency the 4th.
Because you put the trailer on there as a...
No, the trailer is military equipment according to the code, because the patrol rifles are not considered military equipment. But again, in the essence of transparency, we felt it was important to do that.
Because the community is very concerned about this.
Absolutely.
Right, okay. My question is in the page, in the draft of the policy on page, well, first of all, before I ask my question, on page 228, under section 705.5, it's important for everyone to realize that there are some constraints put on the chief and the police department around obtaining anything from that list of 16 items, and further seeking funds to obtain them, requesting any such equipment, collaborating with a law enforcement agency that has such equipment, and all of these items must be brought forward to the council prior to use or expansion of any kind of items. So we know we have 3, technically 4 for full disclosure. And I also wanted to ask, this is the question part, on packet page 229, section 705.8, community engagement. This is referring to an annual report, and I wanted to ask, is this a new annual report beyond, or would it be combined with the annual report you already provide to us? How do you envision this working?
Well, how it would actually be constructed, I'm not sure. It would probably be, if it were on the same day, it would be a separate agenda item. So I would say that it would be a completely separate item from our annual report.
Okay. So it doesn't even have to, it could be on the same day or it could not. It's not necessarily part of it.
Correct, but the way I read this, I believe it would be its own item.
And it's new per this policy. So that's an additional level of reporting to the community.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have at this point. I might need to come back.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to start by admitting frustration because I've spent my time studying this to my satisfaction and talking to the chief to my satisfaction. And frankly, that's how I spent my time today. Was I asked specifically to see the mobile command center, as it's referred to. So before addressing my perception and asking questions, and the second time I ever walked through those doors over yonder was after the shooting of Errol Chang. And that's why this brings up a lot of emotion for me when his name is brought up. And I walked through those doors fully intending on making, frankly, by my current standards, an inflammatory statement about how I was perceiving the police at that time. And at that time, Ferguson, Missouri was going on after the death of Michael Brown. I had sold the donuts to the police officers involved in that standoff, pardon the cliche. I had been having lunch at La Playa right around the corner from where the standoff was happening. And in conjunction with what was going on in Ferguson after he was killed, I was livid that anything like that could happen in my little community. And that's what brought me through those doors. Once I got through those doors and I noticed the officers present in the room, suddenly I wasn't watching the evening news. I was in the presence of human beings whom I felt inclined for some reason to start with the premise we're trying to protect and serve our community, even though some of our officers were involved in the proceedings that led to his death. So I want to voice that first of all, because I kind of started off in this room with this really deeply emotional discussion going on in myself. And I'm going to try and navigate some of what I'm hearing from the community that I don't necessarily agree with the passion that brought me in here to begin with. And so, first of all, Chief, and I was discussing this with John Niblin, who we were honoring earlier, who has a great deal of military service under his belt. And we were discussing that we were going to be talking about this, to which his response was, what military equipment? Chief, to the best of your knowledge, these items that you've noted as military equipment, are any of them actually used by the military?
Of the items I listed, some variation of patrol rifles are used, but they're different.
Patrol rifles like the ones you didn't need to put in this report?
Correct.
And you put that into this report for the sake of transparency, because I think you said to me earlier that, or maybe you said it during this, that your officers didn't feel comfortable leaving it out, and you apparently didn't feel comfortable leaving it out. Is that?
Well, that's correct. When the command staff, we were discussing authoring the staff report and our coordination in writing this ordinance, it didn't sit right with us if we're asking the community to trust us, that we would be required to put something that looks like a paintball gun into the policy. But although the law said we didn't have to include it, leave out something that to the average community member that looks at it is probably the most intimidating piece of equipment in a patrol vehicle. So that's the reason why we put it in there.
I want to be clear as I'm hearing this and trying to reconcile this within myself. And I'm not a gun person. I don't know much about guns. It seems like the one thing that actually could be construed as military equipment is the one thing you really didn't need to put in this report. And that is further frustrating me, because I feel like, through no fault of any commentator or anybody involved in this process, except for potentially somebody who had a hand in writing this law, what was the term? You stated that the term military, no, you stated that this could be confusing, and to me it strikes me as misleading, the term military equipment. When I think chemical weapon, I think sarin gas. It's the first thing that comes to mind. By this standard, I have given away chemical weapons to many young women because I thought that they should have pepper spray in their purse to defend themselves. I'm not suggesting that this is as benign as a pepper spray. I've been hit by a paintball gun. It hurts. And I think that if I ever had to have the exposure, it would be worse than a paintball gun and worse than a pepper spray. And again, I'm sorry, because I'm kind of venting frustration a little bit here as I'm trying to reconcile what I'm hearing from the community with my frustration of the characterization of what I'm trying to understand this law is coming from. So bear with me as I... What I am hearing from the community, which is also frustrating me, is that the community is expressing a desire to be heard. They're expressing their frustration about how they're perceiving law enforcement, and I'm saying perceiving because I'm not in their shoes and I don't know what is, what isn't, but what I am hearing is they're trying to figure out what they want policing to be in their community. So it's outside the scope of what we're discussing tonight, but I absolutely invite you to help figure out creative ways to bring the community in further so that we can get closer to something like the same page. After the death of Errol, and it was our good fortune as the community of Pacifica that we had Mary Ann Neihart as our mayor in that moment, who was a nurse in the psychological profession, that she did everything in her power to not just bring heightened mental health training to our community, which, as I understand it, has saved lives in our community, but also to greater San Mateo County. That's what that death meant, was that everybody in the area, God willing, got training to save lives. I'm not suggesting it should have happened. I'm not suggesting we're out of the woods and just, anyway. Oh, we already own all this equipment, right?
There isn't a piece of equipment on here that we haven't owned for at least, well, except for the command post trailer, the first 3 for 2 decades or longer.
2 decades or longer, we've been used what is being characterized by this legislation as military equipment.
Correct.
And by the way, very specifically, I wanted to see the command post earlier. That's why I went down to meet the chief. And what I was struck by, because I heard command post and I thought, okay, if this is a military thing somehow, it'll be covered in black with little symbolism that it's this big white trailer like you'd see hitched to any truck that says police clear as day over it. Frankly, and I was not brought up to find the concept of police as friendly. As much as equipment can be construed as friendly, this supposedly military-grade command center, according to this legislation, was something that I found to be friendly. Chief, what is that mobile command center used for?
So initially, it was purchased on a grant from the California Office of Traffic Safety. It was designed as a DUI checkpoint command center. However, we're able, under the grant, to, as long as we can use it as a DUI checkpoint command center, use it for other purposes. In the past, we've used it, it's usually used for a major crime scene, perhaps, or a major traffic collision where we're going to be have staff deployed for an extended period of time, and I'm talking 6, 7, 8 hours or longer. It allows us to operate our own dispatch center out of there. We have access to computers in there and everything that we would need to function in the field at a major scene, and it also provide shelter and warmth for some of our colder evenings when we have these incidents.
And again, this wasn't the tank that got rolled down to San Pedro Point. This was big white box. I certainly didn't hear you begging for armored vehicles or drones. Quite the contrary. You were saying that on occasion we need to borrow assistance from outside where they have drones. And, you know, the other thing I heard you say was that ultimately when folks bring in their equipment from outside, because presumably something is happening so bad that we need to bring in folks and equipment from outside, you have the final say.
Yes, we have a final say. Again, if there's an incident that's going on and a tactical team that's involved with military, what's defined as military type equipment that we do not possess, and decisions are being made, an outside agency is not making those decisions. This outside agency may make recommendations and talk to us about what their capabilities are and what their intentions are, but the final decision rests with me, and the accountability for that decision rests with me. In that policy that you're referring to, them bringing in, it is true that they are required to operate within their own military equipment policy, meaning they can't bring us something, they can't bring something into our community that they are not approved by their governing body to have, and they haven't been properly trained in. They have to adhere to what their standards are that governs the use of that equipment. So we know that equipment being brought in has already been vetted, and they've already been properly trained in it.
So I'm about to shut down my own meandering, but
No, I was going to piggyback on that.
Oh.
Mind, really quick?
Sure.
So did that change, in the past?
That has not changed.
That has not changed.
That has
So
not
that's
changed.
always been the case, that it was our final call.
Oh, I'm sorry, back up a little.
Yeah. No, I was wondering what has changed since the death of Errol Chang.
In terms of the final call, or are you talking about?
Yeah, I think just to kind of let the community know that things have changed since then.
But what's changed since then is, I think, in large part, not just in Pacifica, but around the county and the state and the country, is the approach to the way we're approaching these incidents. I mean, that was an incident where an officer had been assaulted with a deadly weapon. We knew there was a weapon in the house, a rifle in the house. What's changed since then, as one caller mentioned, our incident coupled with an incident that occurred in Half Moon Bay, is our approach. Both the Sheriff's Office and Pacifica PD were founding members of the San Mateo County Mental Health Collaborative. Because what we found in these incidents, especially in our incident that we're talking about with Errol Chang, is we had zero resources. We had zero ability to get any information we needed to get advice on what we could do. And we asked ourselves, okay, two things. Number one, when we have that crisis situation, and I'll preface this by saying, since then, we, just in my time as 7 years as chief, we've done this numerous occasions, most recently with a stabbing suspect, where we are on the phone with a clinician saying, this is what we have. What does this look like to you? Or if we know a diagnosis, can you tell us about this? What are we going to do to resolve this? How can we gain compliance? And what do we need to avoid doing to prevent escalating the situation? That's what we've done. So one of the callers mentioned that around the country, the focus has been on de-escalation, and that is true. And again, I'll reiterate, Pacifica Police Department was one of the leading agencies in this county and continues to operate at the forefront of that.
Thank you so much.
Just in conclusion, like I said, it was Errol's life that brought me through that door to begin with. And it's hard for me because what I learned after walking through that door was there's this remarkable line between protecting people who would protect us and making sure that lives such as Errol's are never again lost. And so there's a lot of emotion that comes with that. And when I hear you say that you have the final say, I go back to that, and you were not the one in charge in that moment. Thank God. And thank goodness I wasn't in charge in that moment, and somebody was, and I don't know what they get to go through as a result of making that decision and whether or not they have come to the conclusion they made the right one. What I do know is that after that decision was made by someone who was not you, services got put into place. The way we approach it changed. What hasn't changed is the equipment we use. So we're signing off on what California says we have to say that exactly what we've been doing is what we're going to continue to do. What is different from that moment up until now is the change of culture that has absolutely led to lives being saved. And what I am interested in is that culture continuing to change so that not only will more lives be saved, hopefully these so-called military-grade equipments will no longer need to be as frequently used. I think that what we need to change is the culture so much more than the apparatuses until we are in a culture where it's truly safe, both for those who are serving us and those who need to be treated better. Anyway, thank you for humoring my emotion.
Councilmember Vadalas.
So basically, this is an inventory of what we already have. It doesn't list when these items should be used, when they should not be used. Is that correct?
So what it is it is an inventory. It gives a brief description, as we discussed earlier. It's in the policy regarding the purpose and the use. And again, when you're writing a policy and you're talking about use of something that's military equipment as defined under the legislator, or any type of equipment in law enforcement, we could sit here all night and talk about all the potential uses you will never, ever, ever get, because no two situations are the same. So it's a very broad explanation of the use so that the community and the council knows how the department intends to use it and what we use it for.
And the training that's required to use.
And the training and oversight and policy and complaint processes, yes.
Thank you. And we do also now have a mental health, I think that was Mike that started that, a mental health.
It's actually, I just pulled it up because I wanted to be sure, the special needs registry.
Sorry, a special needs registry, which people can, in the community, can voluntarily put members that they know that have special needs onto a list so that the police have the ability to know what they're facing when they go into a situation, which wasn't present in the past.
And along those lines of that those preemptive steps, we've had some discussion this evening regarding our police department and how we would handle a crisis situation and how we've handled them recently in recent years. Much focus with the collaborative and the relationships we're building within the mental health community and law enforcement focuses on how we intervene and how we get to people that need the help before we ever reach that crisis situation. The pilot program with the 4 agencies in San Mateo County for the clinicians that are embedded, well, not clinicians, but the mental health professionals that are embedded within the departments. That pilot program is already underway. We've already called upon the assistance of the South San Francisco person on 2 occasions. And Pacifica, we're going to be signing on shortly to a study where at Stanford University is going to be conducting a study on the agencies that don't have that in place, with the idea of hopefully showing that we all have the need for it and how to best distribute those resources and increase those resources available to us in San Mateo County.
Thank you.
I talked a lot about me and my emotion. I want to reiterate that I heard very clearly that the community is longing for information where they can come together and discuss all of this and what it means to them. We have a meeting coming up about changes that have been made and how we're implementing them, yeah?
Are you talking about our annual report, our annual police? Yeah, that's coming up on April 25th.
April 25th. And I think that that's a more appropriate place to have a more robust discussion about what policing means in entirety. And it really is the nature of this policy that is so frustrating so we're about to have that more robust conversation. And I, again, invite you to find ways to invite the community in that we can have conversations so that we have a better understanding of how all of this works. As somebody who doesn't come down to police station every day to see the mobile command trailer. Thank you.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that our community doesn't understand this, right? Just by all the calls we've gotten and everyone who's here is talking about it. And so, I think that's an issue. And so how can we get more information to our community so they understand what this means? Because to me, and to the information that I gathered and from meeting with you, is that this does not further militarize our police department. Correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And that we're not adding weapons, and you can't add weapons unless you come to us first.
That's correct.
Okay. And so I think that there's a disconnect between the fear and then the words that are in the policy. And so I want to find a way to honor both of those things so that people really understand. There was someone who mentioned something about a first draft, that there was changes in a first draft.
There have been no changes.
Okay.
In this.
Okay.
What was released publicly was what was released on the website, was the council packet that you all had. There have been no changes to that.
Okay. So, I don't know what my council thinks, but do you notice the same thing that I'm noticing, is that, and I don't want that to happen. I want our community to understand and to have the opportunity to learn, and some of that has to do with talking to you, right? So maybe our community should be talking to you. Because I know you're available for our community to speak with.
I believe you and I have discussed that, yes.
Yes, we have.
Yes.
I think it's a good opportunity for that to happen. I don't know how that can happen unless you do individual one-on-ones, but that's where it's at, to me, is how you can exchange information with our community so they understand, so everybody understands fully. Because, you see this on a piece of paper and it's scary. And I feel the same way, what is this? But after it was explained to me, and it's something that we have to do, by the way, it's a requirement, right?
Correct.
So I kept going back to that too, because it's a requirement. And yeah, so I just would really like our community to take the opportunity to reach out and meet directly with Chief Steidel, because he's meeting with tons of groups right now. I don't know, tons. He's meeting with other groups in our community right now, and they're sharing information and they're learning from each other. And so I think there's an opportunity there for other groups to do the same, and I really hope that that happens. That's all I have to say.
Well, I have one more thing to say.
Great.
I heard very loud and clearly the number of community members that spoke tonight, phoned in or spoke here in person, requesting that we delay the adoption of this because there needs to be that community conversation that you're speaking of. And while I agree there needs to be a community conversation, I don't think it needs to be about this, because this isn't anything other than an inventory and a restatement of what we're already doing. So I don't know where to fit that in, as you were just saying. I don't know what the right way to do it is, but I don't think we need to delay in approving this and moving on from this item. That's not to say we erase or disregard the need for a conversation, a community meeting, or whatever might be put forward, perhaps initiated by community members. I don't know. But for tonight's agenda item, I'm ready to make a motion, and that is that I move to waive the first reading of and introduce by title an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica, adding Chapter 19, Acquisition and Use of Military Equipment of Title IV, Public Safety of the Pacifica Municipal Code, approving the Pacifica Police Department military equipment policy, and finding the introduction of the ordinance exempt under the California Environmental Qualities Act, CEQA.
Second.
Item number 15 passes unanimously.
Okay. It's never easy when our community doesn't have enough information to fully understand, so. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 16, which is our council goals and priorities, and we are going to be talking with City Manager Kevin Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mayor Beer, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager, and I'm pleased tonight to bring forth to you the City Council goals and priorities for fiscal year 22-23 for your consideration of adoption. As the council is aware, we had the annual goal setting process on March 25th and 26th. And since that time, we've processed and put this information together, bringing it forward. And I'll be flipping through a brief presentation here. What I'll cover is the purpose of annual goal setting, the importance of annual goal setting, and the recommendation for adoption. Then go over the 7 city council goals and the changes that were made to those value-driven goals, as well as the 13 city council priorities that are recommended this year, and I'll go through each of those, briefly. I also have a slide up here and wanted to include the context, as I did provide in my presentation at goal setting, regarding all of the other non-discretionary city priorities that we're working on. So we'll talk a little bit about those, because I think our workload and our sort of annual work plan is not complete unless you do talk about those to an extent. And then briefly touch on the process, budget process, fiscal impact. So the purpose of adopting annual goals and priorities is to publicly and transparently set priorities to help guide budget development and prioritization of project focus throughout the fiscal year, to communicate those priorities, to the public, to communicate them transparently. It also helps to communicate council's expectations to me of the work to be accomplished by the organization for the entire year. We have lots of competing priorities, lots of things on our work plan, and this is a priority setting process. As I mentioned, there's the value-driven 7 goals, sort of 2 parts to this process. There's those value-driven 7 goals, and then there's the list of priorities, which are more the projects and initiatives that we'll be working on. And the recommendation is to adopt the City Council goals and priorities for fiscal year 22-23. And I should pause to say, am I loud enough back there? Because I have had feedback that I don't speak loud enough. Okay, thank you, Director Perez. So what you have on this slide is the 7 goals and, the next 2 slides, you have the 7 goals. Again, the wheel diagram was developed last year for the first time and represents the equal importance of each goal, so they're not listed in any sort of order of importance. And the council really spent a significant amount of time on Saturday morning at the goal setting, going through the verbiage of each of these goals and refining it to really reflect this council's value priorities currently and make clear. The staff report has the track changes version of the edits that were made to these goals. I don't have a slide that represents that, but these are the final, this is the final representation. Fiscal sustainability, an engaged community, be very specific about creating opportunities to expand public participation, increase communication, and build community post-COVID was a particular point the council emphasized. Stewardship of city infrastructure, a healthy and compassionate community, specifically including affordable housing and mental health services in the description of that goal. Moving on to the next items, environmental sustainability, really refined that to be focusing on stewardship of parks, urban forests, and open space, preserving hillsides and beaches, and adaptation to climate change. A strong city workforce, emphasizing the importance, and I mentioned this in my comments earlier about recruitment and retention and sort of the public service pipeline that's a challenge currently, emphasizing employee retention, attraction, work-life balance, engaging staff in decision-making, and celebrating and recognizing staff. And then maintaining a safe community really captures a lot of the public safety aspect and related to all kinds of emergencies, et cetera. That's a summary of the refinement of the City Council goals. I want to move on next to the City Council priorities. And the staff report has a little bit more detail about the scope of work for each of these priorities anticipated for the new fiscal year. I want to mention that the typical process here is after goals adoption, which really helps direct our budget development process for this year for the budget that would support all of these priorities. At the beginning of the new fiscal year is when staff works in detail to develop very robust work plans for each of these work items. And so the staff report that you have before you doesn't have the detailed work plan, although many of these are continuing from the current fiscal year, so there already exists detailed work plans for the portion that was being addressed during this fiscal year. So to run through these briefly, and again, they're not numbered in order of importance, is continuing the Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project, and moving into the phase of more design and environmental, as well as continuing our funding strategy for Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency. Continuing efforts related to a new Sharp Park Library and renovated Sanchez Library. As we talked about during goal setting, the city has applied for significant funding through grant sources. We won't learn until the spring whether we're going to receive those, and whether we receive them or not will determine the scope of work on this project. But at a minimum, this priority would be to continue the public outreach and education about libraries regarding a potential future bond measure to fund that type of facility. Complete an update to the climate action plan, and that entails updating the emissions estimates and identifying feasible actions to be implementing to achieve the goals of the CAP. Continuing, or actually completing, the Vision 2025 and beyond strategic financial planning process to articulate a long-term and financially sustainable vision for Pacifica. As the council is aware, that project is underway. There's multiple components that are being pursued, and that will continue into the new fiscal year. Continue Esplanade Avenue bluff erosion infrastructure protection projects. That's really moving into the planning, design, and environmental review phases of those projects, for which we've received a significant amount of state funding. And begin part 2 of the city tree program evaluation. Currently on our work plan is part 1, which is the heritage tree ordinance revisions and adoption. And part 2 moves into tree inventory, developing an urban forest management plan, and other details. Continuing that process. Next, item 7 is to complete the Civic Center facility health and safety rehabilitation and renovation project. We're currently analyzing the bids that we've received for that project. We'll be bringing that forward to the council, and construction is estimated to begin by June. And will continue throughout next fiscal year. Preparing a quarry site specific plan, including robust community engagement for that specific planning process for the quarry site. Complete an update to the wireless communication facilities ordinance, really an effort to modernize the city's ordinance and understand what the community values are that we want to try to build into that ordinance that controls what we're able to control regarding wireless communication facilities while still adhering to state and federal law. Prepare an update to the housing element of the general plan. This is a major focus for the planning department once the general plan update is complete, because there's a January deadline to update the housing element. Item 11, design and implement a council conversation with the community about homelessness. So continuing very complex issue, and the idea here is robust tabletop and civil participatory conversations about homelessness. So that'll be a focused effort to design and implement those. Item 12, continue to evaluate and implement economic development initiatives focused on business assistance. The main focus, this is a continuing goal from this year, the main focus was related to evaluating, developing ordinance, which we will be doing by the spring, bringing back regarding outdoor dining activities, actually outdoor business activities generally. And phase 2 of this will really look at some other aspects of business assistance, such as refining special event permitting processes and other items, initiatives that the Economic Development Committee are interested in pursuing. And then the item, and actually the one item, and council was recognizing our significant workload that we have and added only one new item. That item that was added, item 13, is to take a look and review city commission and committee charters throughout the year, and to review and update them, make sure they're aligned with the city council's priorities. And particularly, we had started that process with the Economic Development Committee, I think in 2019, perhaps pre-COVID, and refined their charter and their annual work plan, and we'll look to do the same for other committees and commissions. And the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Commission specifically is interested in the council taking a look at their charter. So we'll design the process to do that. And I want to point out that, again, the process and timing to be able to do this would be determined at the beginning of the new fiscal year. So that was a quick overview of the council priorities. On the non-discretionary city priorities that are underway and anticipated to continue, I won't go into these in detail, but it's important to just call out that there's a whole bunch of work that are driven by regulatory or legal requirements that were previous or are ongoing city council priorities, that are continuing capital improvement program projects, or that are just necessary organizational improvements for the city to be able to deliver its work better. There's a big list there of items continuing into the new fiscal year. There's ongoing multi-year items that we work to handle. And so, again, I won't go over the details on all of these, but they do add up to significant efforts. So to touch on fiscal impact and the budget process, again, adoption of goals really is one of the early phases of our budget development process because it helps us understand what budget recommendations we need to bring back to the council. So we will be looking at that. Our next budget session is on May 9th after tonight's introductory budget session, and we'll be factoring in some of the costs of these projects into budget recommendations moving forward. That completes my brief presentation for City Council goals and priorities adoption.
Thank you, Kevin. Is there any questions from council? Go ahead and open public comment on this item. This is item number 16. If you want to call in, please call in for item number 16 now at 650-898-6965, conference ID 383-609-442. Press star 5 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute, and you'll be put in a queue. First card up is Christine Bowles.
Hello again, council and staff. This is Christine Bowles. At last year's goal setting, the update to the general plan was almost left off, as City Manager Woodhouse was confident that the process would be finished within a few months. It got added back in at the last minute. As I look at the goals now, the general plan is missing from these goals for 2022 and 2023. And it's also missing from the list of non-discretionary projects and projects scheduled to be completed soon this year. So I'm just very puzzled about that. There's a lot of work yet to do on the general plan. Again, at the last council meeting, City Manager Woodhouse said that the city was going to be hiring a planning consultant from the Good City to take on the next tasks in the process, which include responding to comments on the DEIR from the public and other state agencies. I've read a lot of these comments, including those from Fish and Wildlife, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and CAL FIRE, and it seems clear that major changes still need to be made to the DEIR, which will necessitate a rewrite and recirculation of the documents. It seems to me that the update to the general plan needs to be included in the council goals so that staff time and also additional consulting funding can be considered in the budget. Also missing from these goals that was there last year is an update to the zoning code. There are discrepancies between the new general plan and the zoning code that need to be resolved to ensure what's legally called horizontal and vertical consistency between the documents, and having inconsistencies lead to potential litigation. So that's something that we want to make sure we clean up. And then it was said that the housing element would be happening after the general plan update, and I'm just concerned that if the general plan update is going to take months longer, we might not be able to wait. So just want to think about that in the schedule, because there's a lot of public meetings and drafting and then input and public hearings on that as well. That's something that the community will very much want to be involved in, is figuring out where the housing is going to go in different parts of town for almost 1,900 units, which is a lot. And then just the other thing that has struck me just as being taken out from the language that was in the goals before was for an engaged community, was restoring public trust. And there was also talk recently about the increased public documents in the last requests in the last few years. I know I've done a lot of those, but there's other people too. Oops. And anyway, that shows the public trust has been eroding. So you might want to rethink that.
Josh, do we have anyone on the phone?
We do not have anyone on the phone right now.
Okay. Okay, we'll bring it back to council for discussion, or?
I'd like to follow up in a minute about the general plan and the zoning. But before I do that, I'd like to ask my co-council members for consideration of two slight wording changes on Goal 12 and Goal 13. On Goal 12, at the end of the paragraph, the second to last sentence, the scope of work for fiscal year 2022-23 will entail review of ways to streamline special event permitting procedures. That's the first part. And I'd like to propose that it be changed to fiscal year 2022-23 will streamline special event permitting procedures. So the scope of work for 2022-23 will streamline special event permitting procedures, comma, as well as identify other potential business assistance initiatives for further study and implementation. Add the words "and implementation" at the end. Those are my two changes on number 12. On number 13, it's the, towards the bottom of the item, it's the third sentence from the bottom. It starts with the word "and" it reads, "and other committee commissions may be interested in such reviews as well." I'd like to really restructure that sentence to read, "The council may wish to review the charters of other committees and commissions as well."
I don't have a problem.
Those are good
All good.
changes.
And so back to my question about general plan and zoning. City Manager, could you please address the current work on general plan and the thinking about the timing of its adoption and where it would fit in the goals for a work year that begins July 1?
Sure, thank you, Councilmember Beckmeyer. The recommended list of council priorities for fiscal year 22-23 doesn't typically include those goals that are anticipated, those priorities that are anticipated to be completed during this fiscal year. And right now, the work plan for the general plan update and the Sharp Park specific plan is looking at adoption by June. Having said that, there's always other priorities or other unexpected circumstances that can happen with priorities, and that work continues. And you saw a list of non-discretionary projects that includes a whole bunch of multi-year projects or things that were council priorities in previous years that are still underway. We hope that's not the case with the general plan update and the Sharp Park specific plan, so those are expected to be done in June, but were they not, we'd continue into the new fiscal year to wrap them up.
And would you need to have us amend the list or do anything like that, or would it just automatically roll?
No, it would automatically roll, yeah. And then, did you also ask about the housing, not the housing
Zoning.
element, but the zoning? Yeah.
Because the housing
Yeah.
is specifically listed on item number 10 of
Right.
of the housing element is, but the zoning updates that flow from the general plan?
Yeah, so in terms
Once
of,
adopted?
in terms of like mapping out priorities that our limited planning resources can focus on. The housing element takes priority immediately after, or immediately at the beginning of the fiscal year, so that we can get it done by January. And then zoning ordinance amendments need to happen in the future. And so that's not identified here because there's also lots of other planning priorities that do need to occur, the quarry site-specific plan, but that's a work that, looking at next spring and goal setting, zoning ordinance updates would most likely pop up at that time.
Thank you.
I just wanted to do a time check. Will the long-term financial forecast be done by 11? Or do we need to extend the meeting?
Well, we have the forecast, and then we have the number, I think, 8 budget strategies recommended. I actually don't know the answer to your question, so our presentation won't take long. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so if we extend it to 11:30, just make the motion now and do it.
Second.
Sure.
Okay. God, I didn't even make the motion. I just asked the question.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah. You want that button.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor.
The motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 passes unanimously.
You wanted that button.
Yes,
yeah.
I did. Thank you.
Anything else?
Just for the members of the public, we talked about this for many hours on a Saturday, so for us not to have a lot of comments is pretty much, we've talked about it already in a public meeting on that Saturday, so.
Okay.
There was no public comment, so. Can I make motion?
Please.
I move that we adopt City Council goals and priorities for fiscal 2022-23 as amended.
Second.
And item number 16 with the amendment stated by Councilmember Beckmeyer passes unanimously.
All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 17, fiscal year 2022-23 budget planning process timeline, long-term financial forecast, and narrative budget report. And we have Yulia Carter with us today. Hello, Yulia. Nice to see you again.
Hello.
Oh.
Madam Mayor and City Council, so the previous agenda item was a perfect bridge or segue to the budget planning process. So tonight we will talk about budget timeline, budget methodology, long-term financial forecast, and we'll spend some time discussing recommended budget strategies, or at least preliminary strategies for the budget, and talk about the next steps. So before we begin, let's just touch base where we are in the process. So here's a timeline for the budget that we have outlined for you. You can see that tonight we're in the public meeting number 3. The budget process cycle started with the mid-year budget review that we presented to Council on March 14th. As we discussed during the mid-year budget review, we outlined the revenues and expenditures for the rest of the fiscal year. And on March 25th and 26th, the Council held the goals and priority setting workshop, as City Manager already discussed in the previous agenda item. And tonight, we are holding the budget session number 1 to discuss the budget methodology, timeline, long-term financial forecast, and preliminary budget strategies. So once we receive your feedback tonight, we will return it on May 9th. And at that time, we will complete the base budget review. We'll provide you with details, assumptions for the base budget, and also discuss preliminary 5-year CIP program. So this calendar also accounts for Planning Commission review of the CIP plan, so conformity with the general plan that's scheduled on May 16. On June 13, we will present all budget recommendations to you, and we'll take your input, and we'll council and public feedback, and finally, the budget is scheduled for adoption on June 27th. Now, let's spend just a couple minutes about the methodology that we are using for this budget process. As I mentioned before, we presented the current year's mid-year budget review to you at the last council meeting, well, actually 2 council meetings ago. During the mid-year review, again, we projected the revenues and expenditures and fund balances throughout the end of the fiscal year. And this work becomes a foundation for the new budget. So right now, we are working on the internal instructions and forms to departments that meet the modified zero-based budget methodology, and we will go over this in the next couple slides. And again, after tonight's meeting, we are going to tweak these instructions once we receive your feedback and provide departments with specific targets and objectives. And as we already mentioned, the base budget will be presented to you on May 9th. Now, what is modified zero-based budget? Here's the kind of standard definition on the slide for you. It is a systematic financial management strategy that is commonly used by local governments, and it helps to achieve more cost-effective delivery of public services. And here on the slide, we listed some practical advantages of this methodology. Well, first of all, it allows for efficient allocation of resources based on needs and benefits rather than history of expenses. So expenses must be demonstrated as necessary, and they're not just assumed to carry over from the prior years just because they took place in the prior years. Each program and initiative is considered in light of potential alternatives and in light of priorities, and that's why we are targeting this conversation all around council goals and priorities. So this will allow city to redirect efforts and funds from lower priority programs to higher priority programs as you desire. And the methodology will also detect and eliminate all non-key activities or any redundancies that may exist, and sometimes it does happen between departments when there is some redundancy or repetition of services. But most importantly, what we're trying to achieve through this methodology is bring this mission-driven focus, because it forces organization to rely on mission, goals, and priorities. And this is why we are linking all of this together with the council priorities and goals. And again, this is just a little educational slide, again, to go into side-by-side comparison between traditional budgeting and modified zero-based budgeting. And you can see the fundamental difference between the traditional budgeting and the zero-based, because traditional budgeting is mostly accounting-oriented with emphasis on how much and historical expenditures throughout the years, while zero-based emphasis is why and cost-benefit analysis and achievement of objectives. So now let's switch gears to the long-term financial forecast. You may remember we presented the long-term forecast to you on January 24th when we, in light of Vision 2025 and Beyond project, when we talked about long-term financial sustainability. Again, that was before we did the mid-year budget review, so we updated this forecast a little bit with mid-year information and preliminary base budget assumptions. Unfortunately, we are still projecting significant structural deficits, so the numbers changed slightly, but the overall picture unfortunately did not change. And once again, the structural deficit exists when ongoing operating expenditures consistently exceed the ongoing operating revenues. And as we discussed back in January, this is not a new problem. You probably remember about a year ago when we talked about the base budget for this current fiscal year, we projected 1.9 million of structural deficit. And even though the council adopted a structurally balanced budget, it was partially balanced by the use of ARPA funds and that we received in 21-22. And as we know, we anticipate another allocation of 4.6 million of ARPA funds in this upcoming budget as well. And ARPA funds revenues is considered to be one time, so they don't really help to, or they help to balance the budget, but they don't help to address the structural deficit in the future years. And again, as we mentioned in January, it's important to realize that the structural deficit does not include any new programs or service enhancements, like new programs, services, systems, or equipment that we may discuss down the road during the budget development program process. It also includes the current level of staffing, so it does not address any capacity or retention efforts that you have as part of your goals. And it also does not include any ongoing investments to capital infrastructure from the general fund. And the next two slides just help to provide a visual illustration of the financial challenge. Again, you've seen the slide before, back in January. You can see a little bit of spike of revenues projected for the next year. And again, this is due to second allocation of ARPA funds and VLF backfill reimbursement. But as I mentioned earlier, you can also see that general fund expenditures outpace revenues for the next 10 years. And the result of this chart, you can see on the next one. So what it does to general fund structural deficit, and you can see, again, we are currently at the base budget level running surplus, but the surplus will drop by about 2 million in the next fiscal year once we run out of ARPA funds. And again, this slide looks very dramatic, but keep in mind that this is not your proposed budget, right? So we will be bringing you balanced budget for adoption. So this is just the illustration, like what would happen if we do nothing, if we just look at this situation without addressing service level changes that will have to be addressed down the road. And again, unless we have a new revenue base, what it means that this $2 million gap will have to be bridged somewhere in some kind of service reduction. So it could be reduction in positions, FTE count, or...
I want to be sure you say service reductions. That means less fire, less police, less public works,
all of
less planning, less PB&R, or whatever. That's what you mean by service reductions, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So all the general services provided by the city in line of priorities of the council. Yeah. Okay. And with that, we are going into the budget strategies discussion, and I just want to turn it to our city manager, Kevin Woodhouse.
Thank you. And I will just begin by reiterating a couple points from the long-term financial forecast. To the point about service reductions, local governments like ours typically run 75 or 80% of general fund operating budget is for staff. So that's how we provide our services typically. And so when you don't have the ability to balance those expenditures with incoming revenues, then that translates into less staff and less services, right? So. The other thing I'll mention or just reiterate is that in terms of that long-term forecast, again, it's about the operating revenue and expenditures and not the one-time capital monies. And then there's the one-time American Rescue Plan Act monies that we're sort of living off of now to continue our essential services, and those go away. And so that's in terms of the long-term forecast, that's the dire circumstance that we're faced with is how to afford, the services with ongoing revenues. And what you're going to hear now are some budget strategies. As you know, in sort of this narrative budget report, I like to bring forward these conceptual budget strategies initially to get council feedback on. It's not action to approve them or anything, but just get input on them, because then that helps us shape the more specifics and the details and the detailed dollar amounts that we come forward with when we begin presenting the budget in May. So we'll move into those budget strategies. If you could move to the next slide. It was Ms. Carter's idea, actually, a great idea, that this year we formatted them in the layout in the report so that the budget strategies align with or are summarized within the council's goals that are recommended. So that's a great step forward to a more strategic planning process that's sort of inherent in what we have, but it's more explicitly a baby step towards that here. So the report is organized that way, and we'll proceed through. Next, yeah, there we go. Thank you. So for these 8 strategies under fiscal sustainability, which, as I just mentioned with the long-term forecast, it points to how fiscal sustainability is striving for that is incredibly important. And an incredibly important project is the Vision 2025 and Beyond project to, evaluate and be able to figure out what those fiscal sustainability options are. So strategy number 1 is to just ensure that we are fully funding that project. Its various components are moving forward. We're evaluating currently the economic opportunity study proposals that we received, and I anticipate that the $100,000 that was budgeted for this study this fiscal year, there will be, because of more robust public engagement and things like that, there will be the need for a little bit more money for that. So the idea is, this is a very critical study to Pacifica's future. Let's make sure that we do it right and we fund the necessary steps in there. Strategy number 2, similar to last year, is how are we going to utilize the American Rescue Plan Act funding? And we don't have details to report tonight. We'll come back about what have we spent out of the first tranche, what's left over from the first tranche of 4-point-something million, and what are we looking for for the next tranche. And built into the ARPA, there's limitations regulatorily, legally, that we can use that money for, and built into there are recovering from COVID, economic development types of ideas, and we want to bring back in more detail about that. So that's strategy number 2, is focusing on utilization of ARPA funding. As the council is aware, we have a significant issue that we're working through with the state regarding our excess, our Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund, ERAF funds. And I want to make this point that we used to say excess ERAF, but the more accurate term is to call it returned ERAF, because it's actually city money that's owed to the city to begin with. So we say, if you hear me use the term returned ERAF, that's what I'm talking about, instead of excess ERAF. And then the connection to that, between that and the vehicle license fee in lieu funding, which is a state obligation to pay the city. It's actually city money And there's the issue of sorting that out, shortfall in the VLF in lieu, the state's, I don't want to say unwillingness, but lagging desire to pay back that shortfall, and what the long-term solution is to that. So that is still at play for Pacifica. It's millions of dollars of what we would consider ongoing general fund revenue. And so we have to monitor that closely. That's what this strategy is about. It's critical to our general operating fund. We need to monitor the strategy. We're actually, I participate as one of several city managers on a committee countywide to be advocating for solutions for this with the state. And we want to aggressively make sure the solution is in our interest, all the cities in San Mateo County and the county's interest.
Now, Kevin, just to be sure I'm up to date and that things haven't changed, the ERAF funding is something that only affects something like 4 or 5 counties in the state, while the VLF is something that affects all 58 counties. Am I correct? Or is there more counties now under ERAF?
That's correct, but the VLF shortfall, the in lieu shortfall, only affects those same counties that there's the returned ERAF.
Okay, so the 4 or 5 counties that now get ERAF are getting a double whammy.
Right.
Okay, of the in lieu funding. Okay. Has there been any outreach to the other 4 counties that are affected by ERAF and
yes,
VLF?
Primarily with Napa County. San Mateo County has been communicating with Napa County. I forget what the 4 counties are, but one of them is like Mono County or some very less populous
and I
county.
think there's one up in Placer or something too.
Yeah, and I think they sort of fell out of the picture because they now have it's either no basic aid or no non-basic aid. I can't remember which side of schools, because schools are changing, and so anyways,
right. Well, I know there's only like 2 or 3 school districts that are no longer basic aid now, or
right,
no longer basic aid.
Yeah, and that's part of the changing scene and the challenge regarding the returned ERAF as it's connected to the VLF in lieu.
But then you also have a whole separate subset, because we might have ERAF, but then you have the discrepancy of Sequoia, $12,000 per student, and Jefferson at around $9,000 per student. So there's a whole subset below the ERAF. So the partnered city managers you're working with, are they North or are they South County?
It's, well, all of the cities are in the same position in San Mateo County. They're all losing, there's all a significant gap of funding for VLF in lieu.
Okay.
And the state's latest proposal was to use returned ERAF money to fund the VLF in lieu, when the cities are due both, legislatively. I mean, legally, they're due both. So that's the
I was just trying to think in terms of building some sort of lobbying or coalition or whatever with other counties to help lobby their legislatures, because some county that isn't affected by ERAF or VLF, area code 650, richest area code in this country, they don't need it, right?
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you for that. So that's an important, this strategy is just to say this is a critical issue in our long-term fiscal sustainability. We're monitoring it closely and fighting for those revenues. The strategy number 4 under fiscal sustainability is to continue to replenish the city's reserves funds. And we began that prudent practice several years ago, and it needs to continue because it's critical to be prepared for future economic hardship, which we're anticipating. The strategy number 5 is to develop and implement a funding policy for unfunded pension and other post-employment benefit obligations. And this is a more specific step. A couple years ago, pre-COVID, we established the Section 115 trust to pre-fund those pension liabilities, and we began funding those. But this is to develop a policy and strategy to do it moving forward in a very prudent way.
Now, the OPEB obligations, we don't have retirement medical for our people, if I remember correctly. Am I correct?
There's right, not like some other cities have, but we do have some of those liabilities, and Ms. Carter can probably speak more specifically to the amounts.
Even if the plan is closed, the unfunded liability still remains on the books. So if we don't pre-fund them, they will essentially grow. And what the city has been doing in terms of OPEB, we've been paying these liabilities as we go, rather than funding it at the actuarially determined contribution level. And if we were to fund it at the ADC level, we would be able to reduce these liabilities, but calculating higher rate of return, right? So discount rate.
Right.
So this liability, again, that could be one of the strategies that we can address as part of this budget. And then you will see the results in the audit. When we bring it down to you, you will see that the liabilities will reduce.
Okay. Thank you.
Next slide. So on to an engaged community council goal. What we're looking at for this strategy is to look specifically at the major council priorities coming up and identify specific components of those that will require increased funding for enhanced public engagement and communication strategies. And some of the examples, the housing element update will have significant community engagement. Part 2 of the tree program evaluation, the quarry site specific plan, and continuing Vision 2025, I already mentioned that, with its increased public engagement. And we see this a little bit in the proposals that came in for the economic opportunity study for Vision 2025, is that, robust public engagement costs more money. So we want to make sure to upfront build in the capacity to have the level of public engagement that the council wants for these major initiatives, rather than doing mid-project budget adjustments and what have you. So we'll be looking closely at that more specifically. Moving on to strategy 7, stewardship of city infrastructure, ensure adequate funding for the capital improvement program. We're continually looking at state and federal grant opportunities, looking at how we can prudently use unassigned fund reserves, and if we have increased revenues from impact fees. As the council's aware, we're looking at various impact fees. And it's important because we don't have a designated ongoing funding source for implementation of our capital improvement program like a lot of cities do. So we got to catch all, whatever that phrase is, where we can to fund these projects. So we want to, but they're critical to move forward. An example of this would be the Civic Center project. We're evaluating the bids for the Civic Center project. We've got very positive, excellent bids, but that project, to achieve the vision that the council wants for it, will probably require a little bit more capital funding. So we'll have to think creatively about how to achieve that. The next slide on healthy and compassionate community, there's not actually a specific budget strategy being recommended for this goal, but I did want to point out that there are council priority projects to support this goal, such as the housing element update and the conversations with the community about homelessness. So in the budget, we'll obviously be identifying the funding for those projects. So again, not a specific budget strategy, but just to stick with the format of how we're integrating everything with the council's goals. And the same goes for the next on environmental sustainability, not a specific budget strategy, but some of the priority project examples include updating the Climate Action Plan, Part 2 of the City Tree Program, and various capital improvement projects related to solar installation and electric vehicle charging stations. And finally, under a strong city workforce, strategy number 8, this is not the final goal, but the final strategy. But strategy number 8, related to a strong city workforce, you've sort of are probably getting tired of hearing me say this at goal setting, et cetera, but is to really look at our limited staffing resources and what do we need to do with one-time funding that can fund limited term resources, limited term positions, and as well as a small amount of ongoing funding to fund necessary reclassifications of positions to make them competitive in the labor market, to retain employees, to attract new employees, as well as critical technology improvements that help employees of the organization conduct their work better and more efficiently in the services they deliver to the community, so that overall we can successfully deliver the city's work plan. And so when we come back with budget recommendations, we're really going to dig into what is a prudent set of recommendations about limited term positions that will help us in the future. Some examples of this, I've mentioned this before, I believe at goal setting, relate to the massive increase in records management required at the police department and a very understaffed records staff in PD. HR support, that's a critical pipeline for the city. The public works capacity and reclassifications is essential for just the on-the-ground conduct of delivery of services. And in finance and city clerk support efforts, we have a huge need and gap. So again, I don't have the details tonight, but we're working on those to bring those forward. So these recommendations fit into the strong city workforce goal. And finally, the last goal, again, maintaining a safe community. I don't have specific budget strategy recommended for that, but the priority project examples really integrate related to ensure adequate funding through our operating. This goal mostly falls under our operating for public safety, police, fire, public works, essential responders, and those project budgets and grant opportunities that are necessary to carry out those public health and safety programs. So I will turn it back to Ms. Carter for our final next steps.
All right. So again, to summarize everything we discussed so far, tonight's City Council meeting, we are looking for your direction on identified budget strategies for any further assessment and development. And again, we will bring it back to you on May 9th, together with the base budget assumptions and projected available reserves. We also plan to bring forward the capital improvement plan budget at the same meeting on May 9th. And following that meeting, we will start developing the budget options and strategies for your kind of programmatic decision points. And essentially, we'll bring the budget for adoption on June 27th. So tonight, we don't need any specific action from you. We just need direction and move forward. And with that, I believe this is the last slide. So we want to open to questions and discussion.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from council?
I have one.
Okay.
Yuli, can you please tell me what happens in 29-30 to 2030-31, where the continuingly declining revenue or the gap, it suddenly kind of gets better? What is going on there? Are we paying off something, or?
Yes, I believe we are paying off some of the debt service. So we listed all the like major assumptions in the attachment A. So.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from council?
Before we go to public comment, Yulia, would you mind putting the zero-based budgeting graph back up for just a moment? Thank you. I don't have a question regarding it. I just wanted to see the graph while we do public comment.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and, oh, sorry, open public comment. Christine, come on up.
Hello again. This is Christine Bowles. I just had a few questions. First off, the Civic Center project, so I think that's the only new debt service that was included in this right now, which is at $4 million, and it sounds like that's going up. I have a similarly scaled project that our firm is doing right now, and we're getting bids from multiple contractors, and what I'm hearing is that lumber prices and steel prices are going up 25% per month at the moment. So just be careful. I think there's still supply chain issues from COVID and so forth that's really affecting construction industry. Several of our projects are being postponed, so that may be something that you want to think about. On May 9th, when we're hearing this again, we're also hearing the sewer rate increase, and so I was puzzled because those documents say that we're going to be taking out additional loans, much bigger loans, 31 million in 22-23, and then an extra 52 million in 26-27. And so I just want to make sure that those huge debts are, if we're really going to be approving those as part of the scope of the 120 million as part of the sewer rate increase, are included in these budgets. Because that's an awfully big additional expense when we're already in the hole. And then, as I said before, I think we might still need more money for the general plan. That doesn't seem to be included in this now. And then in terms of affordable housing, what I remember seeing when we reviewed the housing element progress is that there were a lot of sub-goals that were identified to try to help us build affordable housing, and those weren't done in the last cycle, and certainly not in the last year. And so, I mean, I don't know what's going to go in the housing element, but we need to build more affordable housing. Our RENA numbers are, about 50% affordable housing we have to build, and that's not something that's going to happen continuing to do things the way we do them. For-profit developers aren't going to build those. So there needs to be more outreach, both to nonprofit developers and more outreach in the community. I mean, I'm seeing some of the negative comments, unfortunately, about the teacher housing, which we definitely need to build. So it's just going to take a lot more outreach. And then if we don't build half of those units, almost 900 affordable in the next 8 years, then we lose other grant funding. So it's really important to think about what we need to do to build that. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh, is there anyone on the phone?
We have nobody on the phone.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to council, please. I think I just have one comment. Yulia, I really like the idea of you connecting everything to the goals. I think it's a really effective way for me to read and understand it, that says a lot. But I will say that when I looked under environmental sustainability and there's no specific budget strategies, it made me think what are budget strategies for environmental sustainability? And I know I didn't send you that question ahead of time, so you don't necessarily have to answer it tonight, but it made me think about values, right, and where our values sit is usually reflected in our budgets. And so, yeah, I was wondering if there's any strategies out there that we could think about. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll echo those sentiments. And I really do like the strategies being associated with the various goals. So thank you for that. Just to comment that as we look at the long-term structural deficit, I'd kind of like to know, and again, it's one of those questions where I don't expect you to have an answer right now, but the next time we're looking at that $2.1 million deficit that's projected for the coming year, I'm very curious what those service level changes might mean, what those service reductions might be. And I appreciate that that's a much longer, deeper conversation that you may not be able to bring back exactly what it's going to be next time, but I'd like to see kind of like a menu of what in the future we'll have to discuss in terms of those service reductions, if that's where we wind up. I feel like that's important for me to kind of start trying to wrap my head around what will that conversation be to reduce services by $2.1 million if we don't do anything about it soon. Thank you.
Any other feedback or comments? Go ahead.
I like the zero-based budgeting. I think it will work really well for Pacifica to based on zero-based budgeting. So thank you for that.
How long have you been doing that? Since you got here or before? Was staff already working on a zero-based process or modified zero-based?
Ms. Carter could probably offer her opinion about what we did before, but when really we launched into it last spring when Yulia arrived and really looked at establishing what our base budget is for existing services. Before it was a little bit more incremental, and one of the I'll just digress a little bit here is, again, to the fiscal sustainability point. As the council knows, we utilize one-time revenues each year to balance the budget in a way that really should not, those one-time revenues, we can kind of say that they're funding one-time expenses, but they're not really, because year after year we have those expenses that we often apply those one-time revenues to. So, Yulia is really helping us in our approach and making things very clear. And then you can offer your opinion about.
Thank you for that. But I just wanted to add what Kevin just said. We would like to use the term modified zero-based budget because in government environment, it's really not practical to start from zero every year. So we are starting from the current level of services, and then every conversation about the budget will be about service level, right? So we will translate the dollar figures into what it means to the service. Are we adding position or we adding limited term position? What does it mean to the service? What this will do, right? We are cutting services if we cannot meet the objectives or don't have revenue base. Again, what does this do to the service? How it translates into the service? Is it the one police officer or firefighter or finance employee? So we will have this kind of conversation, and that's the goal of this process. So we are trying to tie this all together.
It's kind of funny, is I actually sent an email to Kevin saying that when you come back next time, I wanted, you say $2 million budget cut, what does this equate to? But I would also like this is an opportunity that if we decide to go forward with a tax measure, okay, this is our first opportunity to educate the community and say, okay, we have X amount of police officers, X amount of firefighters. This will be a cut in police, fire, public works, finance, whatever. But then next to it, the standards by which other communities have their police. Is there, you know, one cop for every 6,000 residences? You know what I mean? That kind of stuff, so that people can actually see. And then if you really want to get detailed, look at, you know, because we got the email from the lady today saying that, you know, don't give raises and stuff, to the point that how underpaid our employees are already when we're facing a retention crisis. Okay, so I think this is some information that needs to be shared with everybody, is that the rubber's hitting the road. Your lifestyle in your community it's not a tax measure, it's your community on the ballot, your lifestyle, you know, is what it is, because we can't provide human services, whatever. I mean, I read where there were, you know, I firmly believe in affordable housing. I was a proponent for the teacher housing. I would like to see the corporation yard there, but then the state passes a bill that says there's no property taxes on any affordable housing. Well, that immediately reduces your, now it was an assembly bill that was passed. So that immediately reduces your budget projections for property tax revenue down the road, okay? You know, because you have, what is that, 6% growth in there. Okay, so they're making it a disincentive to do affordable housing. So, but I would definitely like to carry out what Tiger said, but I would like it projected out as to what are the standards, you know, one firefighter for every 10,000 residents or something like, some standard like that.
What the benchmarks are.
Yeah, benchmarks, that's the word I'm looking for. I know why I sit next to you. Yeah. You know.
Do we have any other direction for Yulia?
And I think in regards to your comment about environmental sustainability, there might not be anything there, but if you look at some of the other things in terms of tree canopy, tree maintenance program, that is environmental sustainability. So some of the actual projections could actually be in more than one goal.
Good point.
Yeah, if I could comment on that, because it was something that Yulia and I talked about. Really, a lot of the environmental sustainability or climate action plans are, the funding of those are built into the CIP. So if you're talking about solar installations or EV installations, or and then not all built into the CIP, because if you're talking about tree program and canopy, that can translate to staffing resources necessary to staff or fund those types of efforts. So it's sort of built into the funding for the programs and projects more than an actual budget strategy?
Yeah.
Specifically budget strategy, standalone budget strategy.
Thank you. Okay, are we all finished with that item then? You good? Okay. Then I am going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting in honor of Dr. Mark Acero. Thanks. Yeah, we just had a service.
Oh, I didn't know they had the service this weekend. Oh, okay. He was a nice guy.